actually taking a little bit longer than it usually does, but I think it's technically recording. Whatever. Alright, it's actually saying it's recording, so we will go from there. Okay, hello everyone on YouTube who is watching once again. Welcome back to the third session of the Tears of Dawn. As per usual, we'll let our players introduce their characters, so go ahead and start us off there.
Is it me first?
Yep.
Okay, I'm StupidWoWGuy, and I'm playing Maxwell Oates. He is a Saw-Ear wizard, and he has two pets, which is Fozzie the Owlbear and Robbie the Zinglind. Yeah, I'm done.
Alrighty. Mia?
Sorry. I'm Miaharpy. I play as Judai Yuki. And he's a Pokemon trainer. And his Pokemon is Eevee, and now the recently caught married.
Alrighty.
I am Falling Star. I play Phoenix, the Harpy monk. I got a new token, if anybody out there could see it.
I'm also over it right now for him. It's right here.
And although my class is a monk, my occupation is a thief. A pickpocket. And that's who I am.
Alrighty. And I'm Sureen Ink, as per usual. I am the DM. Last week we were missing Luca. This week we're missing Luca again. His charger broke for his computer, so he won't be around until he gets that fixed. And Uzuki is currently off getting a haircut, so he should be back hopefully before we get into any major skirmishes or anything. So alright, last week, as everybody might remember, you all defeated the Ogre Glubtrub and his army of orcs and goblins. Someone in the group, I don't remember who immediately, obtained a massive great club that seemed to have a strange enchantment on it.
Yeah, that was Phoenix and Marie. They carried it back to the city. They were going to do something else with it.
Alrighty. I'll let you guys do that here in just a sec. So, you've all recently re-arrived at the city of Asgard. To kind of help set the setting here, it is starting to become close to nighttime. Things are kind of starting to close up and things around you. You can see people starting to travel towards the taverns and the inns around. Minos and Robert, as they enter the city, I should say Robert specifically, as he enters the city, he kind of gives a stretch and says, it's nice to finally be back at the city. Minos just kind of doesn't really care. He just kind of looks around for a moment. Then he turns to the party and says, well then, I'll be off. We'll continue our adventure to Palmyra tomorrow, and in the meantime, I have to see about getting a new horse. And he's going to kind of march his way up here towards the castle. Robert is going to step over towards Elena and kind of ask her, would you like to see the city? And Elena will smile, nod, and say sure, and then they'll go off. And at this point, it is now up to you, the players, on what it is you are going to do.
Well, thanks for reminding me, because you remind me that I'm carrying around this massive club. That's sort of something that Phoenix and Marie were going to take care of together. Could I say that we left it in the capable hands of some wandering paladins, because I don't want to lug that thing around anymore?
Yeah, you can do that.
Alright, good. That being said, I'm going to go off to spend my gold.
Alrighty.
Same here. Well,
Yeah.
since I already have it, so I actually bought stuff.
Yeah,
No.
I think everybody's character sheet already accounts for it. We're just kind of trying to kill time for Uzuki to get back. So,
And bringing our loyal viewers, whomever they may be, up to speed with the changes in our characters, because they do change quite often.
right. Especially now that you've got, what, 800 gold each extra now or something like that?
No.
Absolutely.
Not unless the club was really expensive, in which case I'm not going to tell anyone.
Right. That's right. It was like 450 each that you got, something like that. I don't remember. I stated it, but that doesn't mean that I remember from last week. So
It was 490 plus 450 plus 40 from odds and ends.
right. So there you go. So roughly about 500 gold extra that each person had. So that's a good amount of gold to stop and buy some stuff. So, alright. Then you all head off to the shops. What all then are you all picking up at said shops?
I'm going to do this in any particular order.
I don't care if you do or not. So, I guess we'll just start with Alex and go around just like we did before. Just to make it easier.
Okay, I'm going to peruse through the shops, and something catches my eye, which is an amulet of protection. If you want to give a description of the amulet, I don't really know how these things go. Really?
Right.
Yeah, I approached this amulet, and there's this guy willing to sell it to me for 380 gold pieces, and I think it's a steal, and I don't think he'd be lying to me about it. So I picked it up, and I paid a man, and I'm on my merry way.
Alrighty.
300? Did you say 380?
Yeah, I believe so.
There was a steal involved, although it wasn't on your end.
Yeah, 380 is pretty expensive, but then it's a +1 item, so.
Yeah.
You might have misspoke. It's 360.
Yeah.
Well,
I
in
forget
either
things.
case. Yeah. Just to add a little extra fun with it, the amulet that you pick up is obviously, as you said, it's an amulet of protection. The amulet looks like, let's see, how would you really describe it? I guess you could say it kind of looks like a little monster thing, like if you look at like old RPGs where they would have little like monster tokens that would move around the overworld. It looks kind of similar to that. It kind of looks like a little scrawny beast type thing. Well, not scrawny, but you know what I mean, kind of smallish.
Yeah.
But the eyes of the amulet, though, are specially made out of a couple of rubies, so it's very fancy looking.
All right. And I guess I'll go to the general store or wherever you get sacks, and I will buy I think it's 2 for 1 gold, right?
For what was
For
the
what?
For sacks.
Sack?
Oh, sacks. Yeah, we don't often buy those, but it's a cheap version of a backpack.
Right.
Oh, well, I
yeah,
wanted to buy separate containers instead of one backpack.
Yeah, that's
You can do that,
weird.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll buy, I guess, 4 of them for 2 more gold.
Alrighty. So 4 little brown leather sacks.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
And then I believe I'm done. Yeah. Yeah, done.
Alrighty. Question. Once you're done shopping, where do you go after that?
Well, I suppose I go to the inn, and, I don't know whether to wait for the others. I don't even know if the others would be willing to meet up with me or anything, but,
Right. Well,
I just go and wait.
Yeah, just a rough idea of where you're gonna go is fine, because if you're gonna go to an inn, then whoopsie, if I can get on the on the map here. There, I added a little inn. You're free to move your token into the inn if you want. It's just kind of south here of the Asgard courtyard. Just in case we end up doing any like miscellaneous RP with that. So you travel to the inn there. Mia, what all are you planning to do?
Well, Judai is going to buy an item for his new Mary and more Pokeballs, and well, I guess afterwards he will go to the inn to stay at. So.
Alrighty. Stop in stores for some Pokeballs and stuff. What kind of item are you picking up for your Murray?
It's an item called Magnet. It basically gives my Mary the +1 to attack and, attack and defense. Wait. Sorry. Attack and damage rolls.
Alrighty. Cool. Like I said, I did throw in a inn map if you want to move your character down here into the inn.
Yep, I was just waiting for you to say.
Yep. I'm going to take a quick second here while Mark is explaining what he's doing. I'm just going to throw in a couple of little NPCs here into the inn for you guys, so you have some kind of interaction for whatever.
It makes me want to play Lego.
I know, I found that and I was like, I have to find a use for this token. And then literally just now I was like, you know what, let's put there. So.
And Judai's going to be amazed on how big the place is, and just walk in and he's going to try to get a room.
Alrighty. We will come back to you in a few moments then. Mark, go ahead and give your info on what you're doing.
Alright, first off, yeah, the inn's quite big. Those tables are 10 feet by 30 feet. Just saying.
Yeah, no. Do what you can.
Phoenix has a bag full of a bunch of stuff that she collected from the skeletons. So she's going to first hawk those items. She's going to sell them at market value. She doesn't really care, even though she's going to get like 20%. The thing is that even at 20%, she made over 100 gold from them. Now, granted, she was just under her weight limit, but still. The second thing she's going to do is she's going to find a weapon shop and trade in that magical quarterstaff for a magical key focus. I haven't quite figured out what the key focus is going to be, but I'm thinking maybe it's like one of those rings that sort of fits over your entire finger, something like that. That, like, has a claw on the end. I think that would suit her pretty well.
Makes sense.
She's still got a lot of money left over, so afterwards she's going to head over to the armor shop, the armory, and she can't really wear armor; it would slow her down too much. But there's a couple nice pieces of robes and whatnot there's actually a really nice nice cotton robe that she likes. The thing is, she's short, and it's made for like a 6 foot tall person, so she has to get it tailored. When all is said and done, it's basically the size of a hoodie. It's basically a hoodie. It's got the hood over, so it sort of drapes over her shoulders, that sort of thing.
Makes sense.
I'm thinking it's sort of a dark gray that would fit her pretty well, and she probably keeps the hood up, or at least tends to. For now.
Alrighty.
She also has to replenish some of her supplies. She buys a few more pints of oil. She also gets another Shadow Shaft bullet because she wasted the only one she had. And she buys 1 or 2 other fun items that may or may not make an appearance. Just going to tuck them into her bag and, yeah.
Alrighty.
And that will be it for her.
Alrighty. Anything you plan to do after that?
Yeah, although I really have, I have a place to stay just outside the city. I've got a little nest. But I suppose I have a few gold left over. I could find a tavern and celebrate. Spend some stuff. So I will, I'll head there. And by an unfortunate coincidence, it happens to be the same one that everyone else is gathering at.
Yep. I did try to shrink it down a little bit there, so it's not a very well gridded image though, but what can you do? So, alrighty, so you all head into the inn here. As you enter, you see more people than what I have in the way of tokens. That was really all I felt like putting down. You see people kind of sitting on the individual tables all around the inn. There's a very stout-looking barkeeper. He's kind of short, but he looks pretty serious, kind of bulky. As you enter, he kind of glances up at each of you, and he kind of just gives a little nod and then goes back to cleaning the mug that he's cleaning. He doesn't really pay you too much mind. On the other hand, one of the maids nearby stops nearby you, or you stop nearby them, one of the two. I'm not sure exactly how that works out. She kind of gives you a bow and says, "Welcome to the Eagle's Land Inn and Tavern. How can we be of service?"
Well, I would like to purchase a room to stay at for the night.
The maid bows and says, "Alrighty. You'll have to speak to the manager. He's not that guy at the bar, though. If you'll give me a moment, I can go get him." She turns to one of the other maids, waves, and that maid comes walking over to service you further as she heads to the back to find the manager.
Nice place.
Yeah, a lot of servicing.
While she's doing that, anyone else want to do anything?
Oh yeah, Phoenix is gonna walk right up to the bar. If the bartender turns toward her. If she can get his attention, then she'll just make her order. If not, she's going to rap her fist on the bar a few times. Cheap food, cheap drink. Hurry up.
The bartender turns, kind of nods to you. He walks back into the room over here. And, Max, is there anything you want to do?
Alright, well, I'm waiting for the manager. I'm just gonna go over here by the fire, and I'm gonna plop down, and I'm gonna open my father's journal. And since we're gonna be battling Minotaurs tomorrow, I'm gonna try to see if there's anything on Minotaurs, and I do believe there is. And I read it, and it gives me the impression that Minotaurs are thunderous, very loud, very raucous beings. So I'm going to see if I can use my magic powers to give us a resistance against thunder magic tomorrow. That's part of my sire teachings.
Technically though, like reading a book and such is kind of a skill check that you'd perform usually. Especially here because this is kind of a custom world, so they're a bit different than like the D&D rulings. So I actually am going to have to ask you to roll a nature check, and then I can give you some information.
Well, basically I was just RPing my elemental resistance feature, but if you want me to, I can do that.
Well, the thing is, you might not need to use that feature depending on what the Minotaurs do in this world.
Yeah.
Right. That is a point to consider.
Yeah.
So.
Okay.
All right, a 22, not bad. So let's see. So you're sitting down reading a book on Minotaurs, you said?
My father's journal. It has a bunch of entries on many, many different animals and monsters and races.
Alrighty.
Basically.
So you open your journal to the page about Minotaurs. Interestingly enough, the journal references Minotaurs as being a relatively peaceful race. Minotaurs are not all that. The Minotaurs are not known for being very aggressive. They really only are aggressive to those who come to their lands and they perceive as a threat. Beyond that, they really aren't an aggressive race. They don't really fight. The book mentions that the majority of the Minotaurs that your fathers wrote about were kind of primitive in nature. Most of them wore nothing heavier than leather armor, and they really didn't use anything beyond clubs and other wooden types of weapons.
Okay.
However, there is one entry in your journal, or in your father's journal,
Yes.
and it references a it makes reference to a Minotaur king. Your father had encountered him in your journey, or in his journey, and the Minotaur seemed relatively nice. I mean, nice for a Minotaur anyway. But it mentions that the Minotaur king's name was Got. That is actually a Legend of Zelda reference. That is the G-O-H-T from Majora's Mask. So, and that's about all that you really discern from your journal there. While you are looking over that, the manager of the inn and tavern here comes walking out with the maid. Did you notice that the manager here is a very well, tall for a dwarf. Instead of being about 4'5", he's fairly close to about 4'8", maybe a little taller. So he seems a little tall, like I said, for a dwarf. He comes stepping out, and the maid points off to Judai there. He goes, "Aye, so you're the one looking to get a room, eh?"
Yep. And someone's being loud. I'm sorry to say this, but someone's typing really loud.
Yeah.
And I hear
Alex.
static. Okay.
It's Alex.
Yeah.
Static.
Try to mute your mic when you're not talking.
Yeah, you can't.
Yeah.
Sorry, it was, you know, well,
Yeah. That's
no,
fine.
I'm hearing that. But anyways, so, Judai is going to say, "Yes, sir, I'm looking for a room to stay at. You know how much it will cost?"
I actually don't know what it is on the compendium.
I
I think it's like a gold.
I just looked it up. It's 5 silver for a typical room and 2 gold for a fancy room.
Alrighty. So the dwarf bellows out, "Aye! If you're looking for a room, then we have a few moderate rooms. A paltry 5 silver. I'm sure any adventurer of your nature can afford that. However, if you're looking for something fancy, we have our luxury rooms. Those are about 2 gold." As he's
I'll
saying
take him.
this, as he's saying this, the bartender comes walking back out with a plate of a few different assortments of food. Nothing that you honestly immediately recognize. He sets it onto the bar there. Should mention that it does include a bottle of wine with it. As he sets it down, he grumbles and said, "You're lucky. You're just getting goulash tonight." Then he returns to the middle of the tavern, to the middle of the bar there.
Does it smell good? Or at least palatable?
It smells alright.
I eat it.
Alrighty. It tastes about as good as it smells. Judai, you were saying something?
I was going to say, I'll take the moderate room then. And he hands the dwarf 5 silver.
Dwarf pockets the change. He pulls out a key and says, "Aye, alright then. Your room is the first up the stairs to the left." I don't actually know that there are any stairs here, so you'll just kind of have to use your imagination on that one. We'll say these are the stairs here.
Okay.
So,
Judai didn't have dinner yet, so he's going to go ahead and get himself dinner.
alrighty. You can feel free to walk over to the bar or take a seat at a table and order from one of the maids, whatever you desire to do.
I can't actually have to post thing.
I will ask you to role play it out, though.
Alright. Sir? He calls to the bartender.
Bartender looks over at Judai.
Can I, have some food for dinner?
And the bartender nods and he walks off to the kitchen again. Maxwell, the manager is right there if you wanted to talk to him while Judai is waiting on his food.
Okay. I look at Fozzie and I look at Robbie and I go to the manager and I ask, how big is your normal room exactly?
The dwarf kind of scratches his chin for a moment and he says, big enough.
Okay. I suppose I'll take the regular room then, and I hand him the 5 silver, and then,
Alright, you hand him the 5 silver, he pulls out a key and hands it to you and says, alright then, your room would be the second, up the stairs, to the right.
Okay, thank you, sir. And then I go around him, and I just take my seat at one of the tables. So there seems to be no more room at the bar.
Alrighty.
No, this guy is done.
Yeah.
When you sit down, the maid nearest you steps on over. Meanwhile, the manager's going to kind of take a few steps further in. The maid stops and she bows to you and says, can I take your order?
I don't know. What do you got?
The maid turns to the barkeeper, who at that moment comes walking out. He sets the food in front of Judai there, and he says, it's goulash.
Seems good enough. I'll take that. Yeah.
Right?
And Fozzie goes, waka waka, which I think means I want some too. I'll have what he's having.
Alright. The maid nods and says, would you like anything to drink with your food?
I'll have... You got any... milk?
The maid thinks for a moment and says, I think we have some milk still left from the cows earlier.
Alright, I'll take that. And, for my bear friend here, he'll just have some, Irish whiskey. Yeah. That's
Okay.
what he says.
The maid bows, jots down your order, walks over to the bar, and the barkeeper once again heads off towards the kitchen. After he leaves, you hear a large crash sound coming from the kitchen, and you hear the barkeeper shout out, "You stupid gnomes!"
I don't want to know. I don't want to know.
So Judai guy is food, right?
Yeah, Judai got his food. Yep.
Alright.
Alright. A few minutes later, the barkeeper comes walking back. He hands a tray of what Maxwell ordered to the maid, and the maid promptly steps over back to Maxwell and puts the food on the table for him. She bows and says, please enjoy your meal, and then promptly continues on to service some of the other guests.
Delightful. And I dig in.
Alrighty. You both notice, both you and Judai notice, it tastes about as good as it smells, which is alright. You've had better before. While Fozzie is eating his goulash, however, he has to stop and pull out a small, what appears to be a chicken bone from his food.
Oh boy.
I thought you were going to say he pulls out a small handkerchief, and then there's another one tied to it. And oh, look, another one!
No,
Oh boy.
just a chicken bone.
Oh.
You
that's
hear a
interesting.
crunch coming over from Phoenix's end. Apparently she found one too. And out it goes.
Alrighty.
Yeah, speaking of Phoenix, well actually I looked up Goulash on the Wikipedia page, as is what I do. Goulash really comes in all shapes and sizes. She's probably going to drink the broth first, and then like more or less shovel the food into her mouth with her claws. She's it's quite a spectacle. I mean, she's not wasting anything, but there's no refinement here whatsoever.
Alrighty. Nom nom nom. So Phoenix is over there shoveling food into her face. The elven girl next to Phoenix kind of stares at her in disgust.
When Phoenix notices the elven girl staring at her, she's going to smile and wave and then resume eating.
Alrighty. Alright, so some time passes and you all finish up eating then. The bartender is still kind of making his rounds back and forth across the bar, servicing people whenever they order something. Judai, you notice that the guy next to you is considerably drunk at the moment. He actually turns to you and says, "Hey, good looking." Before he can say anything further, he falls back out of the stool and onto the ground.
Judai is going to... Judai is going to be the... Well... Nice one, I guess. And he's going to hop down and do a heal check.
Alrighty. Roll me a heal check then.
I think Phoenix is going to, as soon as she's done eating, she's going to hop over and walk over here as well.
Alrighty.
Yeah. Can I do that too?
Let's see. With your heal check, the first thing you determine is he is definitely drunk. He appears to have ingested one too many troll sweats. If you would like to, you don't have to if you don't want to.
I'm going to help him out, you know.
Right. But if you would like to, you can roll a history check on troll sweat.
Okay, my history check is low, but it's going to still roll.
Phoenix is going to try to turn the man on his side in case he's about to puke, and toward Judai, I should mention.
Alrighty.
But as she's doing so, she's going to attempt a thievery check to pick the guy's pockets.
Alrighty. Yeah,
And
23. He is so drunk, you snatch all 5 gold that he's currently carrying on his person.
Yeah, it's a 23, Judai didn't notice.
Yep. Nobody notices you steal from the guy's pocket. As for your history check there, Judai, your roll of 12, you actually do remember something about troll, the drink troll sweat. You don't really remember anything specific, you just remember an ancient proverb that says, "One troll sweat is too many, two troll sweat is way too many," and You may not want to drink a third because it might kill you.
Oh wow.
You get the feeling that troll. You get the feeling from this proverb that troll sweat is a very powerful drink. You look up at the bar to kind of see what it is that he's drank, and you notice that there are, in fact, 2 entire bottles of troll sweat that have been completely consumed by him.
Yeah, totally pointing towards Judai.
Right.
But yeah, Judai is going to ask, does this man have a room to stay in, or did he purchase one?
The bartender kind of shrugs at that, but the manager turns, hearing something about rooms, and he glances at the guy on the ground, and he goes, "Ah, that's just Pippet. Leave him there, he'll be fine."
Okay, I was going to get him a room if he didn't have one.
He has a home. It's right across the street. When he wakes up in about 3 hours, he'll head home himself.
Alright. Just making sure.
Phoenix shrugs and leaves him there, just walks back to her seat. Yeah, if he says he'll be fine, he'll be fine.
Alright.
Yeah.
Can we move him somewhere?
If he says he'll be fine, he'll be fine. Leave him.
If you want to perform a strength check to pick him up and see if you can move him, you're free to.
I mean, move him to a better location?
Yeah, if you want to roll a strength check to see if you can pick him up and move him somewhere, you're free to. That's up to you.
Depending on how much he weighs, he might be within the limit. What's Judai's strength?
His strength check is 1.
1.
Yeah.
So you have a strength of 12? What's your actual strength score?
10.
10. Okay, so that means you can normally lift 100 pounds and you'll be fine. 200 pounds and you're... Yeah, 100 pounds you'll be fine. Anything more than that and you're encumbered. Anything more than 200 and you will have to drag.
Yeah.
And since you're considering your gear, which is probably over 50, considering he's like a drunk guy, he's probably over 150. So yeah, you're either going to have to drag him or roll an athletics check to pick him up.
Right.
Well, Judai is going to look around the room to see if there's any place that he can actually place him at. Generally, well, I guess he can try to put him on a seat or something.
Yeah, the bar has stools, but the tables themselves have seats.
Yeah.
There are a couple of seats also that aren't shown over here by the fireplace. So it's just kind of up to you what you want to do from there.
Well, I guess he, since the seat is closest, he's going to try to put the guy on the seat to have it lay down against the table.
Alrighty. Like I said before, make a strength, athletics, one of the two.
Oh wow!
Not bad.
Yeah.
Alrighty, you lift the guy up. You kind of struggle to carry him over. And just before you manage to get him set down on the seat, he promptly pukes all over you.
What? He pukes?
He pukes all over you.
Fuck.
I just laugh very loudly. And that's why I'm over here.
The manager looks at you and says, I told you just to leave him. He shakes his head and says, if you need a bath, just go through that door back there. There's a bath, just second door down.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Points to the doors that are behind you, by the way.
Uh-huh. And what, over here, or?
Yeah, we'll pretend that that's a bathroom type thing. So.
If he's going to follow Shinichi, but staying away since he smells.
Alrighty. So Shinichi makes his way in to the bath, and he starts to take a bath. Max or Phoenix, anything you two want to do?
I don't really know what to do. I guess I will retire to my room, and I'm going to try to heal up Fozzie, or at least try to learn some sort of way to heal him up after yesterday's battle.
Right.
And
you do get an extended rest, so in the morning everybody's wounds will be healed and so on. But yeah, if that's like your way to RP, like getting an ability for healing your companion, then that works too.
Oh yeah,
So.
very much. Yeah.
Yep, I kind of figured. So I guess that just leaves Phoenix now.
Yeah. Oh, well, it's a little crowded in here. I think after the meal's done and Judai's gone and Max is gone, Phoenix is going to, finish her drink and she's going to head out of the tavern into the streets. Roughly what time of night is it?
I would have to say about 9:30ish.
All right,
It's pretty
so
dark out now.
late-ish, after dinner time. All right.
Right.
Not that late. Well, she's going to wander the streets of the city, looking particularly around for people who look drunk, and she's going to approach them all smiles and, can I help you home?
Alrighty.
You all know what's coming.
Yep. Alright, you do pass by someone who is very clearly drunk. He's kind of stumbling his way around. You call out to him and he kind of stares at you and he goes, home! Is that where I was going?
Yeah, you were going home. Come on, man, let's go. I'll help you out.
He kind of scratches his head and says, where was home again?
It was down there, don't you remember?
Oh yeah. It was that way. He points to the left
that way.
and then promptly starts to stumble off to the right.
Yeah, I sort of go toward. I just assume that he knows where he's going, or at least going along with whatever he says. I kind of slip up beside him, grab his hand, put it on my opposite shoulder, and my other hand wrap it around his waist. Try to support his weight.
Right.
I'm surprisingly strong for someone my size, so I should have no problem holding him up, unless he weighs over 220 pounds.
Not as far as I'm aware.
All right. And of course, I'm going to do my little thing, and as soon as I find my token, I put it outside. There we go. I'm going to make another thievery check.
Alrighty. Very nice.
Not just for, pickpocketing his sack of gold. I'm gonna, because I'm walking with him for a time, I want to see if he has anything that I can sell. Anything worth, taking.
Interestingly enough, he is actually carrying sorry. He is actually carrying a very ornate dagger. The dagger itself is pretty standard looking, but the scabbard that the dagger is in has a few jewels mounted on it. So.
Alright, what about his coin purse?
I have an answer to that one. Give me a sec. He's carrying 3 gold on him.
Alrighty. It's mine now. I'll continue on. Let him go wherever he needs to go until we come to something that he says is good enough, or until he passes out. Either way.
Alrighty. He pretty much leads you to his home and then says, I think this is where I live. He opens the door and he smiles and he says, ah yes, home! And then promptly plops to the ground in the middle of the doorway.
Oh, excellent. Is there anyone else home?
You hear a, actually roll me a perception check on that one.
Alright, I will roll your perception check.
You hear meowing from within the house.
Aw, I'm going to go inside and check it out.
Alrighty. You step inside. It looks like a pretty standard house for the most part. To the one side you can see what kind of looks like a storage chest. You notice that there is a long pole that leads up to what appears to be some form of bird's nest. You can't see what's inside because it's currently covered in a drape. You do notice a black cat starting to make its way across the floor. And as soon as it sees you, it kind of looks up and stares at you. It has great big green eyes.
Cute. I'm going to do a nature check on the cat.
Alrighty.
Which might be bad, but oh well. Is it a cat?
19, not bad. Examining the cat for a few moments, you, let's see. At first it seems like it's a normal cat, but you seem to notice as you're staring at it a shimmer to its fur that kind of passes along its back. Roll me an Arcana check if you're interested.
Alright, that's going to be even worse. Wow.
Natural 20. Nice. Alrighty. The cat is definitely enchanted. The image of the cat that you are seeing is just that. It's actually just an image. There's actually a strong magical spell coming from basically the corner of the room. You don't see anything there in the corner, but you feel like the magic is coming from there.
Alright, well I'm going to head over there and start rummaging around.
Alrighty. As soon as you start rummaging around in that corner, the illusion that was hiding the creature in the corner disappears, and a massive displacer beast appears in front of you. it kind of growls at you.
I wave to it. Not knowing what else to, I suppose I'd say, in common, what are you doing here?
This Blazer Beast kind of stares at you for a moment, surprised that you're just speaking to it, not cowering. After a moment, it speaks up, actually, in plain common, says, "I'm the guardian of the house." He kind of glances over to the door and says, "I see Master's home, drunk like always."
Yeah, well spotted. That's a really cute cat.
And the Displacer Beast kind of smiles the way a Displacer Beast would smile and says, "I like to hide. Keeps thieves from coming in. When they come in, they don't know I'm here. And then, well, I just teleport over and attack."
Right. Why exactly are you here? I mean, what do you have to do with a drunk?
He kind of looks at his master for a moment and says, "Master is a fairly decent mage." It points one of its tentacles up to the bird cage and says, "You see that? That's actually a cockatrice in there. I wouldn't recommend removing the drape unless you want to be turned to stone."
Huh. Well, that's interesting. Well, my good deed done for the day. See you around. And I'll just walk off.
This Displacer Beast gives you a wave with his tentacles, walks over, grabs his master, drags him in, and then promptly shuts the door.
Groovy. I will fly off.
Alrighty.
So how much is that dagger worth?
Roughly about 30 gold.
Scabbard as well?
Yeah, scabbard included.
Hmm. Yeah, I'm gonna find a really back alley sort of place, and I'm gonna sell it.
Alrighty. By this point, Judai, you're probably done with your bath now. So if you want to do something. Mia?
Oh, sorry. I guess Judai will be finished cleaning
Yeah.
off his armor and taking a bath then.
Yep.
He's going to go ahead and head to his room then.
Alrighty. You head off to your room.
Okay. And I don't exactly know where that will be, but okay.
Alrighty. Anything else for you there, Phoenix, or should we just move on to the next day?
It's probably getting really late by this time. Yeah, I'll just return to my nest and call it a night.
Alrighty. The next day. Those who are at the inn, you all awaken in your beds. Phoenix in her nest, I suppose. So whatever you
Yep.
want to do now.
We were all called to, we have another mission. Were we going to meet at the castle or something?
Yes, you vaguely recall Robert, as he was walking off with Elena, mentioning something about meeting back up in the center courtyard area.
Alright. Well, I will head to some place and get myself a cheap breakfast before going over to the courtyard.
Alrighty. Max or Judai?
Yeah, we're going to get breakfast from the bar.
Alrighty.
Well, that's what I'm doing. Me and Evie, but not sure about Alex.
Right.
Might as well.
Yeah. Alrighty. You travel to the bar. You order some food and a drink. The bartender walks off into the kitchen. And then a moment later, he comes back and he sets the couple of trays in front of you and he says, "We have today's breakfast dish for you is tuna surprise."
Tuna for breakfast?
Tuna
What's the
surprise.
surprise?
He then glances back towards the kitchen and he says, I tell you, first, little Susie, just working back there just fine, just making the tuna, kind of working, and she scales the tuna, and then, I tell you, Mr. Sorry, I'm kind of coming up with these names off the top of my head. Let's see, we got Susie. Let's see. Susie's kind of scaling the tuna when suddenly Joanne tosses the pasta mix that it was supposed to be tonight's dinner at her. She then promptly threw the tuna back at Joanne.
Oh dear.
Somehow, the tuna missed Joanne, went sailing past her, and slammed into Tom, in which case he then tripped and fell onto the ground, throwing the crab that he was holding into the air. The crab flew into the air and landed into the pasta sauce. From there, it was just a royal mess. So, tuna, pasta sauce, a little bit of crab, and, well, tuna surprise, I guess. He shrugs and says, "I have no idea if it's even edible." Would you like to roll a perception check to smell it?
Yes. Oh, well, there goes my low roll.
It doesn't take much. Rolls 8 and 14 there. It doesn't take much to notice the very rancid smell that is coming off of it.
Judai's going to be a little grossed out and ask if there was anything else he could eat, like bread.
The bartender shakes his head and says, Trust me, lad. I'm pretty sure that's the most edible thing we have right now." Would you like to hear the story about what happened to the bread?
I am afraid to say this, but sure.
Well, see, before the tuna surprise mix-up here, see, Tom, he was kind of making the bread. He was kind of kneading it and whatever. And then Susie comes over and she slaps him in the face. She shouts, "How dare you cheat on me?" Well, Tom picks up the bread and smacks it right into her face. Susie gets mad at this, grabs the bread off of her face, slaps it into Tom's face, then promptly drop kicks him to the ground, in which case he goes falling to the ground, splat, along with the bread mix. And as he falls, he brought his foot up, kicked the table behind him, tossing the other few things that were on there into the air, and they went flying into the soup that was going to be part of the tuna surprise later. And, well, the container of soup then probably fell to the ground, pouring over the bread, and yes, that's about the story with it.
While he's telling that, I just go around to the various tables and I collect condiments and I sprinkle them over my food, say a few magic words, and boom, a delightfully tasty dish.
Very clever.
Okay. Judai's going to look over to see what Maxwell did, and he's going to ask, "Can I have some of that?"
Sure. I just take a plate and I just repeat the process. How do you like it?
Tasty. And not smell bad.
Well, hey, that's the power of magic. It's pretty good, pretty good. So, yeah, I guess we get done, and Jim, what do you want to do?
I guess we all go over to the meeting place.
Yep, off towards the courtyard. Meanwhile, Phoenix does not travel back to the inn that you guys went to, and actually has success in finding an easily edible meal without any issues. Barking.
Sorry.
It's alright. Alrighty, so you have all arrived at the courtyard. Apparently early, as neither Minos nor Robert or Elena have shown up yet.
This is a fountain, right?
Yes, that is a fountain.
Alright. Nixie is going to be washing her face and claws in the fountain.
Alrighty.
Judai is going to Phoenix and say, "Good morning."
Morning. How's the squirrel?
What?
How's the squirrel?
He's doing alright.
Good. You getting fat?
Evie by the time will glare a little to Phoenix.
Well, is he?
Huh?
Judai's gonna say, well, Evie usually runs around, so he's been maintaining his weight of being dead.
Ah, well, hey, let me know, right? Same thing about the sheep.
Judai is a bit worried.
Keep it on it. Phoenix smirks and goes back to washing herself.
Token. Here we go. About this time, Minos comes walking towards the party. You see in his hands a set of reins, which leads to a very impressive looking black horse. He takes one look at the group and goes, "Ah, looks like we're mostly here." Kind of glances around and goes, "Don't see Robert anywhere, or that elf."
Hey, she has a name.
Minos shrugs. She's an elf.
It would be nice if you call her Elena.
Oh yeah, I already had a Minos token, didn't I? I had a Minos and a Robert token. Oopsies. One second while I fix this. Apparently I placed down a second Minos and a second Robert without realizing I did so.
Kid, don't argue with the meat shield.
Okay.
Yeah, every time we go for the same thing, and every time it's the same exchange.
Hang on.
Judai is
never
going
mind.
to do a perception check to see if he can see Robert or Elena nearby, at least.
Alrighty.
Well, around. Okay.
Feel free to roll me a perception check then.
Okay. A lot better.
Not bad, an 18. You kind of look around to try and spot them, and sure enough, you spot Elena's golden locks. And not only it's only a moment later before both Robert and Elena start making their way, or rather not start making their way, but become visible to the group. Elena is giggling happily as Robert seems to be telling some form of joke to her.
Well, at least Robert is being nicer.
When he gets in earshot, the only thing you manage to hear is the punchline of his joke, which is simply, "And that's what I said."
Phoenix smirks at Minos and says, "Oh, looks like your boyfriend got lost. Well, hey, at least you still got your horse."
Horse, I guess.
Horse. Minos scowls at her. About this point, that's when Robert kind of glances up and he notices that he's now literally right next to the group. He literally hadn't even noticed the entirety of the group until now, and he goes, "Ah, hello."
Good morning, Robert.
He kind of turns, noticing Minos is there, and he just waves and says, "Ah, Minos, good to see you." Minos nods as he kind of steps forward and says, "Good to see you too, Robert." And he kind of stares at Elena and says, "You kept the elf company?" Robert nods and says, "Yes, I figured I better keep her company while we're here in Asgard. Don't want anything bad to happen to her since she knows the way to Elfwine after all."
Tuesday is going to ask a question. So, where did Elena stay for the night?
Robert blushes very heavily at that.
Knew it.
He doesn't answer the question, but he blushes very heavily at that.
I'm going to do a insight check on Robert. I want to know if he has any ulterior motives, any shady thing going on.
Not that you can tell.
Judai's going to see the blush and smile.
Minos groans and then looks to the group and says, "Well, looks like we're all here." He turns to Elena and says, "Alright now, Elf, tell me again. Where is this mage that you spoke of?" Elena gives a sigh and she says, "Master Elfwine, as his name is, sir, lives in Palmyra to the north. In order to reach Palmyra, of course, we will have to cross the gap. But that shouldn't be too much of an issue. I mean, it's just minotaurs that live in that country. As long as we don't threaten them, we should be fine, right?" Minos doesn't respond, by the way.
In other words, Minos, don't say anything.
Yeah. Well, how about we get going?
And Fozzie is in the water fountain. Is he trying to take a bath?
Yeah, he pretty much bathing, splashing around. I'm checked over here, splashing water in my face, trying to wake up. But
Alrighty.
And Evie, the water splashes onto Evie, and Evie shook it off.
Now he's all fluffy.
Minos turns to his horse, promptly hops on top of it, and says, "Alright then, if we've got nothing more to do here, let's be off."
Alright.
And with that, your group heads off back through the passageway between the two plateaus there that you had passed before. You make your way kind of northeast once you get there. You don't actually even head towards the direction of Goodwin's cave. You're heading more east than north this time. It takes you roughly about 6 hours of travel on foot as you make your way there until finally you reach the Gap of Palmyre. And if everyone would place their tokens down here by Minos and Robert once you get loaded into the map. Minos does think he's pretty high and mighty on top of his horse, to be honest.
I'm so right.
You all reach the Gap of Palmyre. And as you approach, you notice a small group of pikemen that had arrived there before you. They're standing, staring into the gap. An archer comes stepping out from the ranks of the pikemen and walks over to Robert. "What's the situation?" Robert asks. Oh, I don't have Elena on here. Oopsie. Let me fix that. "What's the situation?" Robert asks. The scout looks at him for a moment, and he kind of shrugs his shoulders and says, "I don't know what's going on, sir. We were standing here not more than half an hour ago, waiting for you to arrive. And then, out of nowhere, this group of Minotaurs starts making their way towards the gap. At first we didn't think anything of it. This is Palmyre. This is the land of the Minotaurs. Until a second group came from the east. As soon as the two groups saw each other, they immediately clashed." And he points up to the gap and says, "If you look, sir, you'll see that they're still fighting. I don't know what's going on. I don't know why they're fighting."
Judai's going to do a nature check, and since he has a skill for his Pokédex feat allows him to do +3 nature checks to creatures.
Alrighty. In order to do that, though, you will need to get closer. Probably right around here.
Okay, Judai's going to go
So
ahead.
that you can see the Minotaurs better.
Have them all around his sides. And perception check. I mean, nature check.
Nature check, alrighty.
Oh, wow.
13 with a roll of a natural 1.
No, that's not bad, generally.
And with skill checks, I mean, there's no critical failure, but still. You open your Pokédex, and it gives you 2 entries. One of Minotaurs, and the other of another tribe of Minotaurs. as you look forward, you can clearly see that there seems to be one group of Minotaurs that is wielding clubs and wearing leather armor with some skulls on it. On the other hand, the other group of Minotaurs seems to be covered entirely in a form of scale mail and wielding a massive battle axe. From the information that you get from your Pokédex, let's see, how do I want to word this exactly? Your Pokédex basically tells you that the two types of Minotaurs are two different tribes. However, it does make note that even so, the multiple tribes of the multiple tribes of the Palmyr Minotaurs are usually at peace with each other. It doesn't tell you any information on why they would be fighting, though.
Okay. Judai is going to go back to their group and tell them this.
Alrighty.
I find that very strange because my dad's journal described them as usually being very kind, or if not kind, at least peaceful creatures as well.
Well, that's what Judai just mostly told them. They're supposed to be peaceful and they're not supposed to be fighting.
Yeah,
Right.
yes, but my father's journal only has entries on primal style Minotaurs. He doesn't seem to have anything on those Imperial armor-wearing types, which I think is kind of strange. I think there might be something up. Like, maybe someone gave them that armor?
Phoenix is going to very slowly turn toward Maxwell and say, "Do you want to go ask him?"
Oh, no, I'm not very good at diplomatic situations.
Yeah, and I'm not very good at getting my ass kicked by a bunch of angry Minotaurs, so
Yeah.
what exactly is the holdup? Why do we need to worry about these guys?
They're blocking the path. We can't. This is a scout speaking, by the way. They're essentially blocking the gap. If we try to advance any further into the gap than we have already, the warring Minotaurs turn and attempt to strike at us. And then they promptly return back to their fighting, as if nothing ever happened.
Is there something wrong with waiting until they beat the crap out of each other?
The scout shrugs and says, "I suppose not, but do we have any guarantee they won't come through the gap once they're done fighting?"
Well, if we let them fight out, there'll be less of them at least.
Yeah, but we don't really know how much less.
True.
Mm-hmm.
Robert nods at that statement and says, This is very true. It seems that the armor-wearing ones are much stronger. I would imagine that they could easily beat out the more savage-looking Minotaurs. If that's the case, the savage ones are not likely to be able to, what's the word? The savage ones are not likely to hurt the armor-wearing ones nearly as bad. On top of that, what do we know? I mean, we can see a small group here, but what if there's more along the way?
Mm-hmm. Seemed to me like it's kind of a picture poison type of thing. Maybe we fight against one of them, and if we try that, I think we should maybe fight against the Imperial, because I don't know. I've never seen any examples of these Imperial Minotaurs before. Well, any Minotaur, but the only thing I've seen described is the primal ones. I'm thinking the Imperial ones aren't really natural, or they got their armor from someone else, or we could try your waiting and seeing strategy, Nipsey.
On the other hand, do you really want to side with a bunch of wild-ass feral minotaurs? Because personally, I don't.
Well, even though they're wild-ass and feral, they might be open to negotiation more than these armored ones. At least that's what my journal says. But, hey, do what you want. I just go back to thinking.
Elena is going to turn towards the group and say, I worry about Master Elfwine. If one of these two tribes of Minotaurs is not natural to Palmyr, Master Elfwine lives in a cave in Palmyr. There's no reason why the unnatural army couldn't be aiming to take out Elfwine. I mean, somebody came after Master Goodwin. If these Imperial Minotaurs, or even the Savage ones, have any relation to the creatures that attacked us, maybe they're after him as well. He is the only other person I know that can explain the prophecy.
Yeah, interesting.
Yeah, so you want to go ask them which ones are which? After you, lady. Yeah, I thought not.
Yeah, Elena just shakes her head and she says, I don't know what to do personally, but we must do something.
Don't ask Minos. He'll always choose the wrong answer.
Minos just kind of looks at the group and says, Bah, we have enough men. We should just barrel through there and destroy them all.
That won't really work.
No, hear him out. Because honestly, if he wants to go in there and get his ass killed, I'm fine with that. I really am.
Right. Well, let's see you come up with a better idea then.
What are you talking about? The kid already did. We have to side with one of them. He just picked the wrong one.
Really? You think the Imperials are the... Oh, you're thinking...
I'm thinking more along the lines of saving my ass.
Go with the stronger one, eh?
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Well, we don't know if these guys are bad or good or... Well, maybe we could put it to a vote.
Well, Judai is going to mostly side with the peaceful ones, if he can, but probably because he thinks since they're peaceful, they won't really attack us for no reason.
Uh-huh.
Elena waves her hand and says, as far as I know, the more primitive ones are the natural habitats, or natural inhabitants. There's the word I was looking for. As far as I know, the more primitive ones are the natural inhabitants. So if I have to pick a side, I too would say siding with the more primitive ones.
And that's as far as I know. The primitive ones are are natural, and they would seem to be more peaceful than those Imperial Minotaurs over there. So I side with helping the peaceful ones as well.
I don't want to help them, but if that's the way the group is going to go, because we obviously can't, split up and help each other's side. That would just be bad.
Well,
Fine. I'll help out the savages.
well, yeah. If we make the wrong choice and the Imperial will turn on us, then it'll have been for nothing.
Yeah, same thing with the savages.
Yeah.
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 Just gotta go with our guts on this one, I guess. I don't know.
No going with any guts. You guys are the ones saying that the savages are natural to this land, whatever the hell that means, which means they're more trustworthy or something. So, fine. If we got nothing else to go on, then we'll go on that.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much. We got nothing.
This is really based on luck.
Yeah.
Chance. Yeah. Judai's going to look over to Minos and is like, well, are we going to help the primitive ones?
Minos groans and he shrugs and says, if everyone else says, then I suppose. Whatever.
Hey, does that mean if everyone else says that you should jump off of a cliff?
Minos simply glares, even though he knows that his glaring and scowling has been pretty ineffective so far.
Phoenix smirks and takes off into the air, pulling out her sling. Alright, let's do this.
Woo!
Should have some initiative markers here somewhere. Yes, I do. Those, this is Minos' initiative marker, just in case I need that. Alright, comes the question, do you guys want to roll initiative, or do you guys want to get into position before you roll initiative?
Oh, definitely get into position.
Oh, yeah. Try to sneak.
Well, you
Alrighty.
can't really sneak. There's only gaps.
Yeah.
Good question. How high are the cliffs?
Um,
What is their nature? Are they like plateaus or flat on top, or are they like pointy or what?
they're mountainous. They're like mountains. They're pretty much a sheer straight up for like about 30 feet, and then
Alright.
rather along the edges it goes up to about 30 feet, but the further in you get, the more mountainous it becomes.
Alright.
So
I don't really know how this is gonna go. I don't got any.
Judai's going to stealth his way. Like,
alright, roll stealth.
okay.
Nice, 24. You managed to stay hidden so far. You also take note that nobody else has really been stealthy at all so far.
Well, again, he doesn't want to get instantly attacked by minotaurs.
Right.
Well, I'm thinking that once we enter the gap, that's when they'll start attacking.
Oh,
So.
by the way, Judai, before Judai goes stealthing, he's going to ask Minos if he is going to tell, all the pikemen about it.
About
Like
what now?
About attacking only the Imperial Minotaurs. Because it'll be bad if we go in and the pikeman doesn't know exactly who we're going up against.
Right. The pikemen nod at you and ready their pikes, and they say, don't worry, we'll be holding the front here. Basically, the pikemen honestly are mostly for decoration, just kind of to fill out the map a little bit. They won't actually be fighting in the battle.
Also, I take a vote here. I think Minos should charge him first.
Okay.
I forgot to load up the Minotaur sheets.
So I'm gonna climb onto Fozzie, and I'm gonna have him climb me up. He has a strength of 20. Can I use that? at some sort of check?
Yeah, he's got a strength of 20, so that should be a strength check of, I think, 6.
Oh,
So, since you're level 2.
okay.
So you can roll a strength check. Keep in mind that he's carrying you, so that's going to factor into it.
Certainly. And I weigh about 38 plus. I weigh about 168 pounds.
Right.
So. Okay, 24 check, and I'll make a chameleon math check to see my stealthiness.
Alrighty. Sorry, I'm just kind of trying to get my own initiatives out of the way here to make it easier.
And then Robbie will just fly on up.
Alrighty. Like I said, do keep in mind it is very high up. Sorry.
Oh yeah, how are we gonna get down? Oh, no.
That is a question too. How will you get down? If you go up, how will you get down?
Judai is going to go ahead and switch EV for his married
Alrighty.
for range attacks.
Whoops.
Again, he doesn't really want to get too close to the Minotaurs.
Alrighty. Robert is going to step about here, and then he's going to turn to Elena and say, "Stay back. I'll keep you protected."
Aww.
And he's going to step over this way. And Mios is going to step to about there. And then the two are going to turn to each other. They're going to kind of give a nod to each other. And then Robert holds up his fingers. And he goes, 3, 2, 1. Roll initiative.
Okay.
How do I set initiative? One of the
It goes
right-click
to-
options.
Right click, initiative, set initiative.
Oh yeah, probably wasn't high enough. Yeah. Alright.
There you go. Alright, everybody's is set. Oh goody, we've got a lot of people with even initiatives. Phoenix, what was yours?
I am a +6 modifier.
+6 modifier, so definitely before the Imperials, because they have a +3 modifier. Maxwell, what's your initiative? Modifier, 6. Never mind. I see it right here. So yeah, you're definitely before Elena because hers is 1.
Oh, by the way, I meant to move my Mary like behind Robert
Okay.
when I sent it out with the Pokeball. You know.
Right. Since you guys are going to get a surprise round, Robert and Minos are going to kind of take their turn out of initiative and go first. Especially since you guys said basically that you wanted them to. So let's see. That is 10 squares.
Oh, is this rocky shelf like difficult terrain?
Yes, these rocks are mostly difficult terrain. These really big rocks, like this one here, right above the Minotaur's number 1 there.
Oh no, I'm talking like the rock
This?
itself.
Oh,
No.
the mountainside. If you were to go through the mountainside, you would have to go through it in the standard of like how high it is and whatnot.
It'll take your whole turn probably. So
Yeah.
to get halfway.
I'm talking like this kind
Well,
of here.
Yeah, going along the edge of it, like as long as you're walking on the ground, it wouldn't be a problem. But
Okay.
if you're trying to climb over it or whatever, you'd have to factor the height. 30 feet is 6 squares up,
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
I'll
I'll just stick to going around.
yeah. If you're going, like if you actually climbed up on top of it and you're trying to go around that way, then I would say you'd have to perform an athletics check to keep a grip on the mountainside. And then it would probably be difficult terrain because you're having to move slowly to get around.
Oh.
So
Okay.
it would basically it would both be a skill check and a difficult terrain. So
Oh. All right.
Minos can't actually get close enough to do anything. So he's going to march in 8, because that's as far as he can go. Meanwhile, Robert is going to launch off a clever shot straight at Imperial Minotaur number 2. As soon as I can find the clever shot again. There it is. Nice. Combat advantage because surprise round to 25 overall. Not that it matters because that would have hit anyway. Damage. 13 damage. And he is going to pull the target towards Minos.
Sweet.
Let's see here. I completely forgot to open my hit points. Give me just a second on that one. Imperial Minotaurs have that much. Primitive Minotaurs have that much. Okay. Very important. How many of these guys do I have? 6, 7, 7?
Yeah.
7. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay then. So I did 13 damage to Minotaur 2. Quackulator.
Quackulator? What?
Quackulator. It's something that me and my friend like to say for calculator. Alrighty. So that is Minos and Robert. Do you guys want to then continue taking your turns in initiative order, or what?
Oh, that's fine with me. I really don't have anything. Yeah.
Alrighty. So Phoenix, your surprise round.
Alright, I've got my sling in hand and a rock loaded up. I'm going to launch the rock at the noggin of Imperial Minotaur 2.
Alrighty. Hit. 11 points of damage.
Nice.
Very nice, very nice. That does actually bloody it. Very nice. Alright.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Since that's your one action for your surprise round, Max would be up next.
Okay. Since it says that my Gazingling can slide me 1 square as a minor action, does that mean I can go here?
A surprise attack is only one action.
Yeah, you do only get one action in a surprise round. For sliding 1 square, you do have to factor in not only the 2-dimensional, like, up and down like this,
Oh.
But you also have to factor in the third dimension, which is height. The mountain is about 30 feet up. Where you're at, you're probably about 10 feet up.
Okay, so it's still a 5. It's still a 5 radius. Basically.
Yeah. 1 square is about 5 feet, so it wouldn't get you. You would still be in that square, but you wouldn't. You would be a little bit higher. But then you'd have to make an athletics check to attempt to grab onto the side of the mountain again.
And you said I still need to make athletic checks here, along the mountainside.
Yeah, if you're actually on the mountain, like it looks like you are, then yes, you would have to first make an athletics check before you move, and then you can move.
Oh, this is gonna be rough.
Yeah, that's why I didn't went along with it.
Alright, well, actually for my first round, I'll just shoot a magic missile at Minotaur 2.
I don't think you'd be able to do that because you wouldn't have line of sight to it. It is in range. I think it's like a 20 range. But because there's literally a mountain in front of your face, you wouldn't even be able to see Minotaur 2.
Okay. So it needs to be line of sight, but it never misses.
Right. It does need to be in line of sight.
Okay.
You gotta see the target you're attacking.
Okay,
Right.
forget this. I'm gonna get out some rope, and I'm gonna try to tie it to a rock.
Alrighty.
Do I need to check for that?
Um,
Perception for the rock or something?
No, I don't think you need to roll any checks for that. That would be your minor action, so you wouldn't be able to do anything else. You will need to make an athletics check to climb down the rope, though.
Okay. So I can do all of that? I can climb down in my turn?
On your next turn, because just pulling out the rope is a minor action,
Alright.
and you only get 1 action in the surprise round.
Alright.
So.
Okay. I'm done.
Alrighty, so you pull out your rope and you tie it.
Yeah, 25 feet.
Yep. Elena is just going to kind of take a couple steps back here because she really is not a fighter. And then that leaves us with the last person in the surprise round, Judai.
Okay, let's see. I can. Okay, then the shock. Range 10 and plus 2. Oh wow, low.
That hits actually.
Sweet. Okay.
13 versus reflex. It's a really low number, but it's a hit, surprisingly. 9 lightning damage. You guys are just absolutely decimating the poor Imperial Minotaur number 2 here.
Well, we don't know if he's a good or bad Minotaur, so we wouldn't know if...
Right. Alrighty, round 1. Phoenix, start us off with your initiative.
Alright, well, I have no desire to get in the middle of combat, so I will just load up another rock and do I want to? I really want to. Oh, what the hell. Instead of doing that, I'm going to move action, steal wind. Going to fly down over to here. And then I'm going to use my fallen needle on him.
Alrighty.
Let's see. This is, yeah, I'm just going to, I have a sling in my hand. I'll drop my sling as a free action, so I'll be using that. And I'll be making this as an unarmed strike. Yeah.
Yeah, 23 versus reflex is definitely a hit. If 14 was a hit, 23 is definitely a hit.
Yep. And he'll be taking 16 damage.
16 damage, and he is down.
Excellent. If he was still awake, he would take a -2 penalty to his attack rolls toward me, but I guess it's a moot point. I'll say that as a move action, as a standard action, free action, as a minor action, I'm going to pick my sling up.
Alrighty.
And that'll be it. I resolve.
Imperial Minotaurs. The Imperial Minotaurs that are currently battling the primitive ones, they're kind of turn when they notice you enter. None of them are really in a position to try to come after you, obviously, but yeah, none of them are really in a position to come after you. So what we will do is I will just do a mass roll. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I don't need 7 because one of them's down. So let's see. 7. Let's see, 2 went down. 7, 6, 5, 4, and 3. Alright, so those are attack rolls made against the respective opponents. Primitive. Okay. So 1, 2. Wow. 4 and 5 are the only ones that hit. 4 and 5. Alrighty, so 17 and 11 on 4 and 5 respectively. Only problem with having this many monsters, especially with them fighting each other, is keeping track of all of their health. So that will be the Imperial Minotaur's moves. Minos. Minos is going to look at Primitive Minotaur 2, and then he's going to charge.
You mean?
Imperial.
Yeah,
Minotaur
no,
one.
he looked at Primitive. No, he looked at Primitive Minotaur number 2, and then he charged Imperial Minotaur number 1. Kind of taking note of where the Primitive Minotaur was, and thus where not to move, so that he didn't essentially aggro him, if you will.
Oh yeah.
Because he is charging, he can use, where is it? He's going to throw in his takedown strike. I knew there was an ability I could use while I was charging. This is versus Fort. Nope. Minos, why are you
That was
so
a low
bad?
roll.
Hey, Uzuki's here.
Hi.
Sweet.
God dang, I did nothing. God, I got nothing done today.
Hmm.
Haircut was
Well-
closed.
You're just in time to get something done. Combat just started, so let's get a quick recap and get you in the initiative order.
Okay, cool.
Yep.
I want to recap and all that fun jazz.
Alrighty, quick recap.
Oh, by the way, in Zerouzuki, I play Marie, just for people in YouTube land.
Yep, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I hadn't thought about that. Alright, quick recap. You spent the night in Asgard. You picked up a few things in Asgard. And then in the morning, you started to make your way off to the Minotaur land of Palmyr. From the information that you can gather, the Minotaurs of Palmyr are a pretty primitive race. But when you arrived here at the Gap of Palmyr, you noticed that there are 2 warring Minotaur tribes, it seems. One a more primitive one wearing leather and wielding clubs and wooden weapons like that. The other being a more imperial style minotaur wielding massive battle axes and wearing what appears to be scale mail armor. The party decided that because the primitive minotaurs, from what they can gather, are the natives to this land, and the imperial minotaurs are, as far as they're aware, not, they decided that they're going to attempt to attack the imperials, try to win over the primitive minotaurs to their side, kind of thing.
Okay.
So, and that's what's going on. If you could roll initiative, feel free to place your character anywhere here by the pikemen, if you want to be closer.
Okay. I'll just be next to her.
Alrighty. I'll add you to the initiative order.
Level up Marie. See, I just hit level 2, so my modifier should be up by 1.
Yep.
I have custom character sheets, so I have to check to make sure what it is at the moment. Open up all the stuff. Plus 1. Okay, so it would be 21.
21, not bad.
Well, that means I go during the second round, so.
Right. Well, I'll probably let you take your turn once Minos is done, just so that it's more fair. Since, you know, you didn't get a turn this round. So, so yeah, actually, that was a charge, and that was a miss with his takedown strike, which was his encounter power, so he's kind of screwed on that.
Wait, did you get a +1 from charging?
Yes, he got a +1 from charging. No, he didn't get a +1 from charging.
So 17?
Yeah, it should be +13 or +14, which is 17. Still not enough, but I apparently wrote down that wrong. Because I have his full assault being at 12, and all of his other abilities are at 13. I don't understand that. Whatever, I will need to fix that later. Alright, so Marie, go ahead and take your turn since it's done.
Fun stuff happens. Alright, so Marie just kind of zoning back in. It's going to move, fly here. It's going to use her minor action to do something to Chim. Let's go ahead and just put Chim over here. Jim starts to transform a little bit, and boop. Something to make note of this is a transformation to Chim. Both Chim and Marie both share HP, so if one goes down, then both of them go down. Appearance, Chim looks bigger, more battle ready. They both are sharing markings now. And she's going to ready her bow, and we're going after the Imperial, right?
Yes, we are. Imperials are bad.
Alright, so I'm going to load up my...
I have people talking in my ears.
Load up my bow. I'm going to shoot at the Imperial 1. I'm going to take a -2 penalty because of range. Yeah. About that.
Yeah, nope.
Okay, and as Chim's move action, I spelled it wrong, she's going to kind of move up closer to me. And that should be it.
Alrighty, in that case, Robert will take his initiative.
Oh yeah. Chim also shares my initiative too.
I kind of figured. Most summons and stuff do. So Robert can easily reach the Minotaur over there. He's going to take a couple steps over here just to ensure that he can see really well. And then he is going to unleash a twin strike. There it is. Twin strike! Dual 29s. Very nice.
Good job.
1d12 plus 3.
Guess so.
Robert does equal Gale, apparently. Ugh, 10 damage, that's it. Alright, I do believe that is all the damage he has now taken. So, move action and thingy, standard action, Primitive Minotaurs. Primitive Minotaur 2 is going to kind of be surprised at the fact that other people have come in and started taking out the Imperial Minotaurs that they're fighting, so he's actually not going to do anything. The other Primitive Minotaurs haven't even noticed. Primitive Minotaur 1 has noticed, but his concern is Imperial Minotaur number 1. So, I have this exact roll already, I do believe. Yep, it's actually the exact same roll, so 1 through 7 without 2. Goodness! So, hit, crit miss, miss. A whopping 2 again. So 1, primitive, 6 plus 7. 1 and 3, 1d6 plus 7. Alright, so 8 and 11 on 1 and 3.
Which is convenient for us because that's where we're entering.
Mm-hmm.
And that. And yeah, that's all they'll do. Maxwell.
Okay, I'm gonna climb down the rope. Is that a minor or a standard action?
That would be a move action.
Okay.
But before you can do that, you have to make an athletics roll.
Oh.
Ugh. 9. You go to climb down the rope, and you promptly slip, and you fall. And I do believe it's 1d... Mark can correct me. It's 1d10 damage for every 10 feet, is it?
Yes, it is. Also, it should be noted that you missed the DC of that athletics check by 1. It's a 10 to climb a rope.
Right. So you fall. You take 4 damage from falling 10 feet.
And you are prone.
And you are prone.
Wait, I thought it was 20. It was like 30 feet. I don't.
Well, you only managed to climb about 10 feet up.
Oh.
On
or
your
down.
initial.
Down, rather.
Yeah, on your first strength roll, athletics roll, whatever it was. You only managed to climb up about 10 feet. That's what I was saying. I mean, unless you wanted to have climbed up 30 feet, I mean, I can roll a 3d10 instead.
I was climbing down.
Well, yeah, I know, but because you had climbed up, I didn't honestly know how high you had climbed up, so.
Oh.
I'll take the 1d10 damage, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Because,
You probably just want to take the 1d10 damage.
Because you could take this much. I'll go ahead and roll it, just so you can see how much you could be taking.
Well, I
You could
don't
take that much damage.
Yeah.
I don't even like. I was just moving. I didn't know how far up I went, but.
We'll just say 10.
Okay.
We'll just say 10.
Yeah.
We'll make it easy.
Just say 10 because otherwise, as Uzuki rolled there, you could be taking up to 30 damage. So, and I don't know how much health you have, but 30 damage, even at level 2, tends to be more than your average health.
I have 37.
So, yeah.
Mine's 34, but
34. So So yeah, I just take the 10 damage. You do have a standard action left, by the way.
okay. I use my standard action to get up.
Alrighty.
And I mumble to Robbie, "Get my rope, please." And then my turn ends.
Alrighty. You can right-click your token, hit state, and then where it says prone, you'll see a check mark. Just click that, and it'll remove the prone. Let's see. Elena is just gonna stay back there and not do anything. She's perfectly content not to fight at the moment. Judai.
Okay, Mary is going to move forward by 4 and... Yeah! This one too. A guy like range of 10. Anyway, Thundershock!
Nice.
Because that's basically the only thing Mary can do at this range.
Right.
Oh. Well, still hits,
This
right?
is reflex 13.
I think,
get the Imperial. Yes, that is a hit.
Okay. Nice to know that 13 can even hit.
Yep.
Because last time I did 14. 14 damage. Oh,
Nice,
that's
14
lightning.
damage.
Again.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think you can tell when I say Thundershock.
Yeah. Pretty much. It's pretty obvious. So he's bloodied.
Alright. I guess I'll end my turn after that.
Alrighty, that should begin round 2. Phoenix, take it away.
Happily. I'm going to Steel Wind, I believe it is. Yeah, Steel Wind move action to fly over to here. As I'm passing the primitive Minotaur, I'm going to sort of motion. I'm going to grin at him and motion with my claws to follow me.
Alrighty.
Whatever he does or doesn't, I don't really care. I just want to get him in the fight. So that was my move action. I am then going to Fallen Needle on Minotaur 3. I have to finish typing something. End of my next turn. Alrighty then.
Alrighty. Hit 15 damage on number 3. And he is, in fact, officially bloodied. And the rest of it is -2 penalty to attack rolls against me until the end of your next turn. So -2 attack. Nixie. Alrighty.
And I suppose, as a minor action, I'll still my sling for lack of anything else to do. Oh, wait a minute. I keep forgetting. He's going to be taking 4 ongoing damage.
4 ongoing save ends.
Yep. My bad.
Alrighty. State poisoned. Alrighty.
And that'll be it. I resolve.
And the Imperial Minotaurs. Imperial Minotaur 1 is going to stare at Minos, kind of going, really? After he had charged and completely failed. The Minotaur is going to go ahead and have a heyday with him, however, and I'm pretty sure that is, in fact, a miss on Minos. Yes, it is. Alrighty. Imperial Minotaur number 3 is going to perform the same technique to Nixie, -2 penalty, 20 versus your AC.
That'll hit.
Alrighty. So you take 1d10 plus 8 damage.
I'm actually going to use...
Wow, max damage.
Yeah, it's a good thing I decided to use it. I'm going to use an immediate reaction, Read in the Wind. Enemy attack, assuming I gain temporary hit points equal to my Dex mod. and I have combat advantage against him for my next turn, but whatever. So I basically get an immediate 5 temporary hit points, which will go away as soon as the damage lands.
Right.
So I'll take 13 damage.
Yep.
Alright.
Alrighty. I still have Minotaur 6, 7, 5, and 4. Alrighty. Yeah. I'm pretty sure all but one of those is a hit there. No. Only 2 were a hit. I'm surprised. 4 and 6. 4 and 6. Nice, nice. So 4 takes 15. And 4 is bloodied. 6 is likely not bloodied, because that's not a lot of damage. No, he is not. So, Primitive Minotaur 4 is bloodied. Alrighty. So that happens. And Marie.
Alright. At the start of Marie's turn, you can hear Chim in more of a robotic voice asking for orders. So, as a minor action, Marie's going to order Chim to attack Minotaur 1.
Alrighty.
So, with the minor, she's going to move here. She's going to move herself. And she's going to spin her standard to make Chim attack.
Alrighty.
In Chim's hand, you can see a bow start to materialize, and she's going to shoot at him. Maybe go down Chim's cheek, because I just printed it off and just finished. I said I didn't know what type it was. It should be something like this. I think this is right. Let me know if I have it wrong.
Versus AC. Alright.
10 stays that long. I think plus 10 should be at the right amount I want it.
So yeah, 20 against Minotaur, 27 versus AC Minotaur 1. That is definitely a hit.
Alright. Oh, she rolled that.
Low roll, 7 damage. Alright. It takes the hit. That's about it. Just kind of takes the hit and keeps moving on.
So that was a move, minor, and standard, and that will be it for them.
Alrighty.
I'm still going to work out how they're going to work together.
Right. That's fine. Minos. He is going to... Let's see. He's going to try a Reaping Strike, because that just seems like the best option here. Hit. So he doesn't get to use its special ability. 8 damage, and that is literally his health. So he goes down, and Primitive Minotaur 1 kind of looks to Minos, nods. Minos is going to nod back, and then he's going to 1, 2, take. Let's see. Yeah, he's just going to take 7 steps to get over here. And that is all he can do this round. Unless he wants to spend an action point, which I don't think he wants to do. Alright, Robert. How far away are you from these Minotaurs? Still close enough. He's still gonna move a little bit closer anyway. He's going to go ahead and just shoot at number 3, because why the hey not? Okay, that's 26 and 16. Let's see, what was... So he does 5. Yes, 5, that's it. Alrighty, and Minotaurs. Primitive Minotaur 2 is going to have a little bit of fun. He's going to turn to Imperial Minotaur 3. He's going to kind of scrape his hooves across the ground. And then he's going to lower his head, pointing his horn straight forward, and charge! Straight at Imperial Minotaur number 3 with a goring charge. Getting a +1, that's 10. Nice, 26 damage. 1d6 +5. That is 11 damage, and it doesn't even matter what its extra special abilities are with that goring charge. It goes down. Imperial Minotaur number 2 looks to Phoenix, waves, and then turns his attention toward Imperial Minotaur number 6. Imperial Minotaur number 3, now being freed up by that, is going to pull off the same goring charge move. And roll a 22, land an 8 on Imperial Minotaur number 6. That's going to do that. And as soon as he does, he slams into the Minotaur, knocking him to the ground. Imperial Minotaur number 1, he is going to, or not Imperial Minotaur, Primitive Minotaur number 1. He's going to take 5 steps this way, and he's going to goring charge exactly the same. Good grief, 26 is on everything. So, Imperial Minotaur number 4 takes 11 damage, knocked prone, just like the other one. That's going to be that much. And then, gosh, I haven't even done 4, 5, 7, or 6 yet. 4, 5, 6, and 7 are going to make their attacks. Everybody but 4 hits. So 1d6 plus 7, 6, 7. So that much damage. Let's see. So that much damage. That much damage, and that much damage. Okay then, that is all of the Minotaurs, and hang on 1 second. Primitive Minotaur number 4 had combat advantage, so he does hit, so he does get a roll. 13 on 4. Had combat advantage both from flanking and from his target being knocked prone. And Imperial Minotaur number 4 is in fact bloodied. Now then, Maxwell.
Okay. Alright. I'm going to move over here. And I'll take another move action for Fozzie to get down here.
Alrighty.
Perfect.
Nice. That is
That's
in
a crit.
fact a successful athletics check. Fuzzy slides down the rope like it's nobody's business. In fact,
He just 5 flips while doing it.
he lands on the ground. He backflips a couple of times, and then he points his fingers at Judai there and goes, "Waka waka."
Yep. And let me see here. Do I have any options?
Yeah, all you would have left at this point is a minor action. You do have an action point, though, by the way.
I couldn't have chosen to have that other action be a minor that Fozzie did, because, well,
well, the moving,
yeah.
yeah.
That's because of what Chim does. That's my thing.
Oh, okay. So the
Yeah, it's
his,
me giving Chim an order.
okay.
She's like, she has her own, like,
Other
mindset.
actions. Okay.
So I order her to do stuff. That's what, I think that's what it's getting confused about. What I do with Chim is something different than what you do with your babies, I think.
Okay.
Yeah. That's
All
fine.
right.
As long as I understand. So it was a move and a minor, so you do actually have a standard action left.
Oh, well, in that case, I will just Magic Missile on Imperial Minotaur 4. My range had been up to 25 for that attack, so it should be able to hit.
Should be able to. Yeah, I mean, he's only 18 away. It's
Yeah.
not even.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Magic Missile for 7.
4, so 7.
Yeah.
Alrighty. So, magical missile goes flying through the air, smacks him in the chest. Let's see. Alright, so that was your magic missile. Anything else?
Nope. In my turn.
Alrighty. Elena! She's not even going to do anything, just like usual. Judai!
Let's see. Oh, wow.
It should be noted that should somebody want to provoke her into making a move, she will make a move, but she will only make an attack if she's provoked to.
Miaharpy is going to move twice and, well, in her turn.
Alrighty. Phoenix, round 3.
Alright. Phoenix is... Oh, that last attack hurt, so Phoenix is going to get herself to a place where somebody else could probably take the hits. She's going to fly over to here as her move action. She's going to use a minor action, Predatory Eye. So as she flies over, she glares at the prone Minotaur. And then she's going to attack.
Alrighty.
I'll do it this way.
That would be a hit.
Alrighty. I will include everything. The Predatory Eye gives me another 1d6. Let's hope this pasted properly. Yay.
Nice. So 17 on 4.
Yep.
So yeah, you may want to. Well, no, you can't pick another target for your flurry of blows. You say because the 17 alone, without the flurry of blows, is enough to kill him. So.
Yay. And that'll be it. I resolve.
Alrighty. Imperial Minotaurs. There's 3 of them left. Imperial Minotaurs 5 and 7 are gonna make their attacks first. 20 plus 9, 5 and 7. Missing a hit. So 17 damage to number 7. Interestingly enough, I think Minotaur 4 here is the only one that's taken 2 attacks. All of the others have only taken like 1 attack each. Minotaur number 6 is going to stand to his feet, and then he's going to Whirling Axe, which means he's going to hit both 6 and 3. 6 and 3, excuse me, 3 and 6 rather, Doesn't really matter, they're both a hit. 17 on 6 and 3. 6. And so 6 is bloodied. And 3 has not taken any damage yet. So he is not quite bloodied. Not quite bloodied. He's getting there, but not quite. So yeah. There we go. And Marie.
Alright, so let's see, Jim's target's been killed, so this requires Marie to give her another order. Where's Phoenix? Phoenix over there. Alright, Marie's gonna give Jim the order to attack number 5. No, number 6. Doing so allows Jim to take action. Her yourself, she's just gonna kind of flutter over here. She's then going to spend her standard to make Jim attack.
Alrighty.
Jim's going to do the same attack step 4, number 6.
Number 6 over there. That's a hit, 26.
12 damage.
To number 6. That is a pretty decent amount of damage on that guy, considering the health that he had before. He is bloodied.
Alright. That is it for them.
Alrighty. Minos. Well, seeing 2 Minotaurs there, he's gonna kind of charge, so to speak, kind of like that. Because, since he's mounted, he gets all kinds of fun bonuses for charging, if he can land his charge. +1 for charging, that's a 29, that's definitely going to hit. So 1d12 plus 7 damage, plus being mounted, he gains 5 more for charging. He did not crit. And he's using his standard attack. So 14 damage to number 5. Knocking him down to his bloodied value, actually. Charge, so end of turn. Robert, who is going to take a couple steps further into the battle. Then he is going to twin strike, and he's going to aim at number 6. And he's also going to aim at number 5. So 5 and 6. Miss on 5, hit on 6. D12 plus 3. 5 damage. I really kind of figured he would deal more than that. Oh well. The luck of the roll, you know. Minotaurs, the primitive ones. Minotaur 3 is going to take a shift. Minotaur 2 is going to goring charge. And Minotaur 6 is going to, well, actually first I'll have, let's do this first. Minotaur 3 is going to shift so that the other Minotaur has room in case he needs it. Hit, 1d6 plus 7. Yeah, good thing I decided to split it up, because that 13, that's enough to kill the guy. So, what are they going to do? They cannot charge anything else. Minotaur 4 can charge. 1d20 plus 10 for charging. Hit, 1d6 plus 5. 10 damage. Knocked prone. Minotaur 5 is going to attack, hit. 6 plus 7, that is 9 damage. Good grief. So that happens. Minotaur 7 didn't make an attack yet, so he will 11 damage on 7. 7 is now bloodied. Tor 1 is going to have to go around Minos, gaining combat advantage. Gosh dang it! Primitive Minotaur 1 crits. So that's 6 plus 7, that's 13 on number 5. Minotaur 5 is dead. Imperial Minotaur number 7 here is lying on the ground, noticing that he's surrounded by all manner of Minotaur and so on. And before anything else happens, he just tosses his great axe aside and he's like, I give up! I give up! And that would be the end of the combat round then. Alrighty.
Okay, I guess I'm just gonna move in.
Loot the bodies.
Loot bodies. So that was 6 Minotaurs. So you guys got 240 gold altogether, 6 battle axes, 6 scale armor, nothing magical that you can tell, and 1 Minotaur who's just lying on the ground. His axe is off to the side. Alright, so what do you guys want to do now? By the way, 300 XP.
There's still one Imperial Minotaur left.
Yeah, the 1 Minotaur gave up.
Oh, alright. Sorry.
He seeing himself surrounded by all of the other Imperial the primitive Minotaurs and allies, essentially, as far as he's aware, he tossed his axe aside and just gave up. Maxwell, your Arcana of 17, you don't sense anything magical on any of the Minotaur corpses.
Is that 240 gold? Just to make sure I'm correct. There's 4 of us to split it up between, right?
Yep.
Okay, so that means everybody will get 60 gold.
Okay. Judai is going to walk over to Minotaur 2 and ask, so why were you guys fighting?
Primitive Minotaur number 2 looks over at Judai. He's still got his club in his hand. He's looking still kind of ready to fight. He snorts and he says, "Those Minotaur, they come. They attack us."
Okay.
300 HP.
After that, Judai goes over to the Imperial Minotaur and asks, why did you attack these Minotaur? Well, he gave up, so...
He gave up.
So...
He looks at you, and he snorts, and that's his whole response.
Yeah, like he gonna tell us. I go up to Primitive Minotaur 7 and I ask, has this been going on for a while? Do you have a history of feuding with these Minotaurs?
Minotaurs show up a couple days ago, after lights in the sky.
Mm-hmm.
They attack us, so we fight back. They more powerful than us.
That's very interesting. We're also searching for knowledge on these lights that you talk about.
The Imperial Minotaur kind of stares at you for a second and he blinks and he goes, "Oh, you maybe seek Sage?"
Yeah?
Yeah, we are.
Sage, he lived to north, in cave.
Yeah, didn't Elena say something about Elfwin living in the cave to the north?
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. You've been surprisingly helpful.
Elena is going to kind of walk in, stepping over towards Robert. Robert is just kind of surveying the scene. He's not really saying anything. Minos grabs Primitive Minotaur number 4 there and shouts at it, "Why are they attacking you?" Primitive Minotaur number 4 snorts at him and let's see. Primitive Minotaur 4 snorts and says, "Not no. Minotaur with armor just attack one day after lights in sky."
Judai Yuki is going to try talking to the Imperial Minotaur 7 again. He'll
Alrighty.
say, "I'll patch you up if you tell us exactly why you're attacking these Minotaur." It's basically a diplomacy check.
Alright, roll me a diplomacy then.
Alright. Basically, he's going to help. For healing him, he is trying to get information out of him too.
Right. Make sense?
Phoenix is going to grab the axe before Minotaur 7 gets better.
Alright, 13, I need a diplomacy roll. Minotaur 7 snorts at you again.
Nothing.
But this time he turns his head away.
Hmm. Well.
You know, we could just beat the crap out of him. Just saying.
Yeah, we could try torture, but I'm
I don't think he'll talk you in with.
Wow, I'm back to speed all the time. Anyway, I have an idea. I'm gonna try.
Alrighty.
But you guys can try.
Jim's going to ready something. You're gonna see a small little blast with in your hand. And Marie's going to persuade, or really intimidate.
Well, Judai did try, so he shrugs off and let the others do whatever.
Okay, so
Yeah.
I'm going to...
Give it a chance.
She's going to say that my friend here isn't as forgiving as the others. And how about you tell us what you know?
Alright.
And yeah, Jim has the attack ready.
Okay. Roll me an intimidate check on that one.
Well, better than Judai.
15, not bad.
Diplomacy.
The Minotaur kind of stares at Marie for a moment, then turns to Chim for a moment, and then he snorts and says, "I say nothing. Orcs not want me say anything."
Oh, so the orcs did it.
And to keep up with the promise, Jim says that's going to attack. She's going to do
Alrighty.
non-lethal, by the way. So if anything, lethal.
That's a hit.
Okay, you want to roll damage or no?
Go ahead.
Okay. This test is pretty fun. That much damage, and the force of the blast pushes him.
Alrighty. So he flies through the air and crashes, only a couple feet away.
Now you see Jim walk up. You can now talk.
It should be noted that the Minotaur is actually bloodied now. Minotaur number 7 stares for a second. He snorts and then he kind of glances around almost fearfully. And he says, "Orcs not want me say anything. But I tell you. No tell orcs I tell you."
Jim promise.
The Minotaur nods and he says, "Orcs give Minotaur armor. Orcs give Minotaur land in Palmyra. Orcs help Minotaur try become more powerful. All orcs want is light from sky."
So if they're offering this stuff to you, does that mean you know anything about the lights in the sky?
The Minotaur shakes his head and says, "Me know nothing about lights from sky. Maybe Minotaur King know, but not me, no."
Yeah, we're gonna have to go talk to that guy. Because they're not giving you stuff for no reason. Unless, she turns to the primitive Minotaur. Unless you know something about him.
The primitive Minotaurs shrug and they say, "Maybe Got no? Got Minotaur King. Not their Minotaur King, but our Minotaur King."
Well, if they fought you, that must mean they think you know something. Otherwise, they wouldn't bother. So, yeah, we're going to have to talk to your guy, Got, whatever the hell his name is.
The Minotaurs nod and say, "Minotaurs lead you to cave. You find Got in cave. Not cave where sage, though. Another cave."
Alright.
We're going to have to hit up both then.
Alright, you hear Marie say some Elven words, and poof! Marie becomes tiny again and cute.
Well,
I have it in front of everyone,
since
too.
they got the information, Judai is going to do a health check on him anyways. But make sure that he doesn't run away because he doesn't want him to go running back and tell like the orcs about them.
He just told us that the orcs had them do this. If he reveals that to the orcs, he's dead.
Yep.
Correct.
True. So he can't go back anyways.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
didn't want the orc to know, so.
Yeah, he know what orcs know.
Fearing for his life, so.
Alright.
I'm not giving
You know
his axe
how
back,
orcs-
though.
You know
Yeah.
how orcs.
Jim waves at the orc. Small now.
Alright, you
Wave at the orc.
patch up Minotaur number 7 pretty well there.
Okay.
He is no longer bloodied, I will say.
So do we go to see the wizardy dude or the Minotaur King?
Ought to be probably easy, just
We probably want to check the wizard if he's okay first.
that too.
Yeah. Probably go there first then. I get the feeling these Minotaurs can handle themselves now.
Yeah.
Up to you guys. Where do you
Well-
want to go?
Well, I vote for the wizard.
As
Jim
for the
raises,
wizard.
Jim raises her hand. She flies up in the air. Third. I feel short now.
All
I
then.
feel pretty short now.
I guess we're off to see the wizard.
I tried to
One
heal.
wizard boss.
I tried to heal number 4, but it doesn't go so well.
Yeah. It's alright. He's pretty good.
Yeah.
Um,
I'm sure the primitive minotaurs will do alright.
Yeah, just in case another band of them come. Another band of Imperials.
Yeah.
Right. Before you head out, Primitive Minotaur number 7 looks to Imperial Minotaur number 7, and then he looks to Phoenix and points at Imperial Minotaur number 7 and says, "Should Minotaurs take Minotaur back to base? Hold hostage?"
Listen, I don't care if you eat the guy, alright? Might as well keep him alive for now. He can't go back to where he came from, otherwise he's gonna die, so that sort of nixes that. Yeah, why don't you just hang on to him, you know?
The Minotaur nods and says, "Minotaur take Minotaur hostage, then." He then turns to the other Minotaurs and shouts, "Minotaurs! To Minotaur King!" And you watch as all of them, including the Imperial Minotaur who's being dragged behind, all make their way off towards the Minotaur King Got.
Judai is going to smile at the group and say, I guess we were right about attacking the Imperial Minotaurs.
Mm-hmm.
All you hear is Chim yawning. I'm tired now.
Well.
Minos crosses his arm and grumbles. He doesn't seem pleased with the fact that his plan to just barrel through and destroy them all ended up being a bad idea.
Seriously,
And
dude, what's
nobody cares.
Yep.
You see,
Yes,
breaks
your
against
fault.
Minotaurs.
Flutter, sits on. I want to ride something. It's not strong enough.
Alright, so heading off to the wizard cave then? Do we have directions, or...
He said north.
He said north. Elena knows where it is, so.
Good enough.
Yeah.
Alright. You should now be seeing yourselves on another map. If you scroll to the bottom, you should see
There's Elena.
Minos, Elena, and Robert here in a minute. It'll be
Chim, sing on Lena. Yay.
whenever I can find Robert. Well, there he is. Could not find Robert at all. Robert will stay next to Elena. Minos will kind of be over here.
I'm not going to be behind this guy.
Boom. Flutter.
Alright. You guys enter. You guys travel for a few minutes at best. Until you see a large cave not too far away.
I don't like this.
Elena
Large field.
Elena
Anyway.
points to the cave and says, "There. That is Elfwin's cave."
Alright, yeah. I don't like that open field, so I'm gonna do a perception check.
Same here.
I'm going to fly in.
I'm gonna fly too.
in
I'm
the
gonna fly
air.
up. Yeah, I'm gonna fly in the air and do a perception check, because I can fly.
Everyone's around.
I mean, we just had a battle, and there might be more of the Imperial Minotaurs. So,
Judai, you see
technically-
nothing.
what?
Yeah, I just say...
I said,
You get it.
Judai, you see rocks. That's what you
rock.
see. You see all kinds of
Like-
rocks.
You get an idea, I'm probably 6 squares in the air.
Let's see here.
Don't know how far down you can see, but
Marie
yeah, I'm 6.
and Phoenix. Neither of you sees anything. However, Phoenix hears kind of a strange noise. Let me think here. How do I want to do this? Da, da, da.
Role play it. Make the noise yourself.
Yeah. I guess it's not really that strange. Roll me an insight check, as odd as that might sound.
Insight check. All right.
Insight check.
Hmm.
23, not bad. Alrighty. You recognize the sound as the sound of fire. Rather, not just fire in general, but more like a great fire. You don't see any fire, but it's as if you hear the sound of some great flame nearby.
That's interesting.
I asked Elena, can I see the giant obelisk at the mouth of the cave there?
Roll me a perception check.
Okay.
It is quite a distance, to be honest.
Yeah, that's why I was asking.
Yeah.
But
Go ahead and get that ready.
No. From this distance, you cannot see the obelisks.
In what direction is the fire sound coming from?
It seems to be coming from towards the cave to the north.
And I don't see any like heat-based illusions, like the air waving or anything like that.
No, you don't see anything. All you hear is the sound of fire.
Is it ongoing? Is it continuous, or is it intermittent?
It's continuous. It's as if something is burning, but you can't see anything that seems to be burning.
Do I feel any unnatural heat?
No, actually, you don't feel any heat.
And I don't see anything hiding amongst the rocks, because it would be worth noting they would have to roll a stealth check
Right.
if there was anything hiding there.
No, you don't see anything hiding around the rocks.
Alright.
But you're right, if something was hiding, it would require a stealth check.
I'm going to fly down, very, very confused. I'm going to report to the group. It sounds like there's a forest on fire inside the cave. That's all I got. I have no idea what the hell it is.
Well, I guess Chim assists me. I'm going to do our counter check.
Alrighty.
With Chim assistance +2. Do I
Very
sense
nice.
any magic?
You sense an extremely powerful magic towards the direction of the cave.
Strong magic ahoy, Chim says.
As soon as Minos hears something about strong magic, he glances, or rather glares, at Elena and says, "How do we know you're not leading us into a trap?"
Because she's following us, you fucking idiot.
well, I asked her if maybe this is some sort of security system. Like maybe Elfwin left this here, and she just doesn't know about it.
Elena kind of thinks for a moment. And she says, "Master Elfwin is a very powerful red mage. He does specialize in fire magic. I wouldn't put it past him to have created some kind of magical flame to keep any enemies from moving or from trying to come closer. Or trying to get to the cave. Something like that.
Any idea how to dispel it? Or has he ever made you go through this? Like, do you know how to go through it? Is it like some sort of maze?
Elena nods and says, I've gone through his fire magic illusions a couple of times. I just simply pass on through. Elfwin knows me.
Okay. Well.
His magic knows me.
Well, Marie makes a comment. If it's an illusion, then I should be able to do something about it. I do know a thing or two about illusion. Hell, my auntie was a master illusion.
Yeah, might as well try it.
Helena nods and says, well, if you want to try, I don't know what we can do from this far away.
I'm going to take out my sling, pick up a rock, and fling the rock as far as I can, which is 20 squares. And this is going to go in just in this direction. So straight up here, 20 squares.
Straight up there, about 20 squares. Alrighty, so right about there. Alright.
Anything happen?
You fling your rock, and you don't notice anything happening.
Well, lady, that's what we can do from here. Want me to do it again?
Alright.
Let's see. Elena is going to look at Phoenix and say, I don't think that any of his enchantments will attack us. Or at least not me.
Alright, in that case, let's have Minos go first.
Go for it, Tank.
Okay.
And that's precaution. Minor action. Come here, Chim. Need you.
I say we just tow around Elena and I don't know, like we all just group around her and we just walk as one unit.
There's not going to be any room for Minos.
Yeah.
Oh, well. Okay,
Go
he
ahead.
can
Slap
go
the
by
horse's
himself.
ass. Go. No, Chim doesn't do that.
Oh, actually, I'll just crawl on Jaffazi, and he can carry me.
I really need to edit Save Your Chim. I have to say Save Your Chim, not Save Your Chim. Which I love the picture too. I love that picture.
I still say we make Minos go first.
Yeah.
Go for it, Tank. You have the most HP. I'll patch you up, baby.
Minos looks to Robert for a moment, and then Robert nods at Minos and says, your lead.
You're the leader,
Minos gives a sigh, and he takes about 8 steps forward.
I'm going to grab another rock, put it in the sling, and ready an attack, just in case.
Alrighty.
Jim's gonna ready her bow attack thing. Which is magic, so I don't know how much it's gonna help.
I'll just ready a magic missile.
Seeing nothing bad happening so far, Robert and Elena are going to take about 5 steps forward. And then Robert is going to turn and kind of wave to the others. Seems clear so far.
Yes. I have all the fun stuff in the group.
Minos is going to step up here, and upon seeing nothing dangerous so far, he's going to step about that far. It's still quite a bit of a distance. By this point, you can start to see the 2 obelisks that are standing there.
Hmm.
Oh yeah, to note, Chim can't assist you in this form, by the way. It has to be in another form. She doesn't have Chim assist me. Just for future reference.
Arcana on the obelisk.
Alrighty. You can sense that the two obelisks are generating some kind of very powerful spell. The spell seems to not only be powerful in nature, it seems to be cloaked. It seems one of the obelisks is casting a sort of barrier type spell, while the other obelisk is casting a sort of invisibility type spell in the same area, thus keeping the barrier invisible.
Okay, it seems as if these obelisks are combining to make this a sort of, like I thought, sort of force field that is also invisible and yet made of fire because he's a red mage. So, seem to confirm our suspicions. I don't know if there's any way to deactivate it from here.
What do you think, Elena? You're the one who knows more about this than we do.
Elena speaks up and says, I think that if I walk through the barrier, Master Elfwin's magic knows me. I think that I should be able to pass through it if we can get to it.
Yeah, what about the rest of us?
If I can pass through the barrier, I'm sure I can speak to Master Elfwin and he will disable the barrier so you can walk through.
I ain't comfortable with you walking up there alone. I mean, even if the barrier's still up and running, we don't know what else came here. We know there's something bad looking after these shiny things.
Mm-hmm.
What other options you got? Can we disable them temporarily? Can we call him out here? I can yell pretty loud.
We could try yelling for him. He would know me. I suppose if I yelled, maybe he would come to my call.
Good enough. Hey, meat shield, keep going.
Right. And he keeps forward without even making a question about that. Good, mate shield.
This is just going to keep moving on, grumbling all the way. Upon seeing nothing bad, everybody kind of moves up a bit.
Hey, he wants to be the leader of the whole group. He has to act like one, right?
Right.
Yeah, as we're moving along, Bray's going to keep our arcane senses sharp.
Alrighty.
So you want me to roll an arcana check, naturally?
Yeah, go ahead and roll me an arcana check.
Okay, Chim's not assisting me because of the form, which doesn't matter because I rolled 20.
Alrighty. You got a 20 on that one, not bad. The closer you get to the barrier, the more powerful the magical spell seems. However, it does seem to also be the only magic in the area.
Alright.
That's interesting. Only magic.
Arcana meat shield.
Minos is going to pause himself here. He's going to wave to both Robert and Elena, who come stepping over this way. Elena stares at the obelisks for a moment, and then steps to about here. She shouts out, Master Elfwin! It's me, Elena! At first you don't hear any kind of sounds or anything. But after a moment, the two obelisks begin to glow brightly. And then, Marie, you notice immediately that the enchantment on the barrier seems to completely disappear. Of course, before you can relate this information, you notice that standing directly behind the barriers is a fairly old-looking man, bald, with a bit of a long beard. He's dressed in a long red robe, and he holds a magical staff in his hand. He stares at Elena for a moment, and then speaks. Elena, is that you? Oh, it's been so long.
Oh boy.
Elfwin's going to take a few steps forward. Elena's going to step up, hug her master, say, Glad I finally found you. She turns to the group and says, Master Elfwin, these people need your help. Master Goodwin, you and him, you knew about the prophecy. But Master Goodwin was killed because of his knowledge. Elfwin immediately pipes up and goes, Ah, is that why the orcs have been trying to charge my cave? A simple matter, just a little fire. It's not a big deal, but still. Anyone else?
The same thing. Oh, excuse me. The same thing did happen at Godwin's cave, or Goodwin rather. We found orcs and goblins and trolls trying to attack it in one big ogre. So, your fears are not unfounded.
Adrian strokes his beard and he says, What did this ogre look like?
Well, it was ogre-ish. It was big and it was green and it talked in very simple monosyllabic sentences, like.
It kept calling itself Glubtrub.
Oh yeah, Glubtrub, yeah.
Glubtrub.
As soon as Phoenix says the word Glubtrub, a look of horror goes upon Elfwin's face, and he goes, You defeated the mighty Glubtrub?
I wouldn't say mighty.
And I wouldn't say everyone. A certain alchemist was busy playing with the portal the whole time. Got it open.
Yeah, we did.
Suffice it to say, he's dead.
Yeah.
Elfwin kind of strokes his beard a little bit, and he goes, Ah, it is good to hear, then, that Glubtrub has finally been defeated. He was a menace.
Right. Listen, I kind of feel exposed out here, considering all the crap we just had to go through to get here. You mind if we relocate to somewhere safer?
Elfwin nods and says, Yes, please, come on in. He then turns and steps towards his cave. Elena, of course, follows along.
Come on, Jim. Make sure you wait behind. You got the place.
Let me add a couple of tiles to this, so that there's a little more room here. So they find the cobblestone tile again.
Actually, before Robert and Mitos can catch up, Ray's going to ask the group if it's okay to show what was inside the portal. The picture.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, Savior Chim's going to walk up and show him the drawing, and Ray's going to kind of motion for him to keep quiet while he's showing it.
That's odd, I can't find it. Whatever, I guess I just won't add any more to the cave.
It's fine.
Yeah.
There's enough room. Phoenix is going to stand near the entrance of the cave to make sure, Robert and Minos, to sort of catch them, so Marie has enough time to show the picture to Elfwin.
Right. Robert and Minos are actually just going to kind of take up guard here anyway. Let's see. You're showing the
Picture of the king,
yeah.
the castle, and the drow.
right.
Jim's gonna mention. Jim walked into portal. Oh wow, she's not gonna talk like that. When I walked into the portal, I saw this. Scary things.
Elfin kind of strokes his beard for a second, and he goes, "That's him. Why? That's odd. Why would Goodwin have a portal to the Isle of Yum?"
That's what we're trying to figure out.
Well, hold on. No, it isn't. We're trying to collect the shiny things and get paid.
Yeah.
Well, okay, you are. Alright.
Alright, fine, I am.
Well, we're here all because we were hired because of a prophecy, and well, no, I'm not
What
really
a
too much. I'm really not the kind of person that likes things of destiny and such like that. Neither would Judai, for the matter.
Blah blah blah. We're
Not
just
that
showing
much.
everyone. Blah blah blah. Fun stuff. Jim's going yada yada yada. We're getting paid.
Right.
And, oh, excuse me. You go.
So you relate what exactly is going on and everything, and that you're searching for the tears and the prophecy and all that, and Elfin kind of strokes his beard and he says, this is why I left Guardia to begin with. I could not stand that Peridian.
I also have one more thing to sell Elfwin. I sold him the book on the prophecy that I found in Goodwin's cave, and I point out in particular, I think it was the last page, that was filled with obscure language, but it apparently talked about the prophecy.
Elfwin looks at the book for a second, and he takes the book from Maxwell's hands as he kind of scans over it even more. And then he says, "This is the prophecy Goodwin was speaking of."
Can you read it?
No. I do not have the resources here in my cave to be able to read this type of language. He gives a sigh and he says, I think the tower in Asgard, the library there, may have the resources I need. He kind of scratches his head and as he's thinking. And he says, I guess you'll have to take me back to Guardia, to Asgard specifically. Perhaps I can research the prophecy more there. I only know what Goodwin told me, and that was simply about the lights you saw. They were called the Two Tiers. That's all I know.
Well, do we want to do this, or do we want to go see the Minotaurs? Because they apparently have someone who might know about this, too. I'm asking the group here.
I don't want to go all the way back to Asgard and then come all the way back out to talk to the Minotaurs. On the other hand, I don't really want some old guy I don't really want to tow around some old guy. No offense.
Yeah.
Well, we can always talk to the Minotaur first, and then if they don't know Jack, we can go back to the city.
Maybe we could bring the resources to him?
I don't want to carry a library all the way over here.
Yeah, we don't have any idea.
If that's worst case scenario, I'll just look it up. I'm used to my nose in the books.
Listen, old guy, do you know any magic-y ways of getting around?
Elfwin kind of scratches his beard a moment and he goes, no. Teleportation was Goodwin's thing. I specialize in fire. The teleportation, lightning, those are kind of the abilities of a white mage, like Goodwin.
How are you in a combat scenario? Like, if there were, I don't know, 5 orcs charging you, could you turn them to ash with relative ease?
Elfwin actually smiles at that and he chuckles a little bit and he goes, I may be old, but I am not incapable of fighting. For certain, I can deal a good amount of damage. Perhaps you would care for a demonstration of my abilities?
Sure. Hey, Minos!
You see Jim is kind of patting him back. Good to hear, old man. She does it kind of hard because she's not used to uniform. You want me to roll anything for that? She's going to pat the old man in the back. Good to hear. But she's doing it hard because she's not used to her form yet. You want me to roll anything for that? See what happens.
Yeah, roll me a strength check.
Uh-oh.
It's actually not that good. She's not that has that much strength. She's in this form she's more magic based.
In this form, she has strength.
Bam!
Bam! Jim reaches her hand back, smacks Elfwin on the back, and Elfwin gives out a "oh" as he collapses to the ground, writhing in pain in his back. Why did you do that? Why did you attack me?
What's up?
Health check.
You reach down and you kind of mend his back wounds by giving him a quick massage. He sighs and he slowly but surely, after about 30 seconds of pushing off the ground, manages to get himself into a standing position.
Are you okay, sir?
You see Jim bowing. I'm sorry, I'm not used to this yet.
Judai said, are you okay?
I think I'm fine now. Minor back pain, no big deal.
Okay.
Try not to kill the mage before we get our answers.
I'm sorry.
Also, we don't get paid if this mage dies.
I also thought of something. You're probably not welcome in Asgard. I take it. Or
Why wouldn't he be?
he just said something about not liking Peridian. I'm guessing that if we tried to go into the library,
Peridian sent us to find this guy.
Yeah. Peridian actually sent you guys to find him, so Peridian, if nothing else, Peridian would make the way for him to come on through.
Yeah, so the old guy, pack up, we're heading to Asgard, but we need to make a stop by the Minotaur King and ask him what he knows about the lights in the sky.
Elfwin nods. Then he turns to Elena and says, "Could you help me, dear?" Elena nods. "Of course, Master Elfwin."
I apologize. I had to step away from the headphones for a bit. What happened?
Jim kind of almost killed the old man.
Well, I know that.
We helped him up.
Yeah. You're asking Elfwin to pack up his stuff and then travel with you to Asgard.
Well, I was just going to say, if he knows illusions, maybe he might want to disguise himself if Asgard has bad memories, feelings. People will want to like him.
Elfwin shakes his head and he says, "It's not that they dislike me, it's that I cannot stand that royal paladin Peridian."
Jim nods. The guy's selfish. Sorry. I'll help. I'll hurt your back.
We're not
We all
just fond
pretty-
of his tiger. Excuse me.
We all pretty much agree with you there, old guy. None of us like him. We're just getting paid an awful lot.
Especially Murray. He doesn't like elves. And as you can tell, elf. Winged elf at that.
Right. Alright. So, Elfwine and Elena spend a couple of minutes packing up. He performs the sort of sword in the stone Merlin act by waving his hands around, and things around him seem to begin to float into the air and then shrink down and slowly just float into a little teeny tiny little handbag.
Is he singing this?
Hmm? Say again, you kind of broke up.
Oh, sorry. Is he singing as he's doing this?
No, but Elena is. And I should say Elena has a most beautiful voice. One that literally distracts Robert from his post out there. He kind of turns back to the cave as he's listening to Elena's singing. When they are finished, the bag floats over to Elfwin's hand and then simply poofs out of existence. He then turns to the group and says, "Alright, now I'm ready. Let's get going. Asgard's a long way away, you know."
Might as well.
Don't we have to talk to the Minotaurs first?
Yep.
Yep.
We got to talk to the King of Minotaurs.
Oh, I thought we were going to go. Okay. Let's go.
Yep.
Jim,
Um,
wait.
As you exit the cave, before you can get completely out of the cave, Robert shouts out, "Orcs!"
Oh no.
Oh, yeah.
Back in the cave. Back in the cave. Everyone, back in the cave. Old guy, turn your barrier on.
Switch EP out for Mary again.
I get a magic missile already.
Right, Jim. Yes, ma'am.
Back in the cave. Old guy, turn the barrier on.
Oh, really? Okay.
Why is no one listening? Back in the cave. Old guy, turn the barrier back on. We just let the orcs come and fry.
Could do it.
I'm in the cave, thank you very much.
I'm in this case.
I'm busy setting up orcs, so somebody wants to move Elena into the cave.
Get in there.
Back further in the cave. Way, way back.
There. There.
Do 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 do
Fine.
do.
Way, way, way back. Because,
Okay.
you know, if we turn this into a choke point, basically. Minos in front, and, you know, anything that gets behind the barrier of massive flame is going to have to deal with Minos.
Jim puts up some cards. Huh? Oh, hey! Oh, God. About those orcs.
Yeah, about those orcs.
Yeah, just look down at the middle of the map, and you'll see what I just said. When I said that.
Oh wow.
Yeah, that's why Phoenix is going to yell loudly, "Robert! Minos! In the fucking cave!"
Minos, unfortunately, has to stop and dismount because his horse won't fit. To which he kind of grumbles, annoyed, because
He's gonna lose another horse.
he doesn't want to lose another horse. So they're going to make their way here into the cave. Robert is going to step back here. Minos will go there.
Couldn't the horse fit in the cave? Maybe not mounted, but, you know, put the horse like around here or something like that?
That is a good point. Probably. I'll go ahead and say sure. Alrighty. Let me add.
Also, Phoenix is going to ask Elfwin, alright, exactly where are they going to get burned?
Elfwin, after finishing casting his spell and thus activating the barrier, he says, if they pass between those two obelisks, they will be burned for certain. I do not know of anything that, as of yet, that has ever survived making its way through there.
What if they go around?
Elfwin thinks for a moment and he goes, I never thought of that. You will see that I have placed a what is this, 9x3 section. That zone there is the fire barrier. Anything that steps into it takes immediate 20 fire damage. Yep.
Won't go swim in fire? No. Chimp, no. You can kill us both.
So let's see. Did I get everybody on the initiative list then? I think so. It would appear as such. So I guess everybody can roll initiative.
Exact same as last time.
Alright, Jim. Let's do this. Once I found my check again, I think it's 2. I'm pretty sure
like
it's 2.
7. Yes, yes. It is.
Where is it? Initiative, yeah, so it's 2. That's 2.
So Orcs, Minos, Robert, Elena, I think. Oh, I have to add Elfwin. Not bad, not bad. Minos, Robert, Orcs, Elena, and Elfland. And sort. Wow, nobody has the same initiative at all. That's pretty nice. And once again, Robert and Minos are taking their turns one right after each other. It would appear Elfwin is going first. So what Elfwin is going to do is he's going to begin to chant a spell. Marie, I have no idea what you want to do. Those orcs are not exactly close by.
Okay, so Jim's just gonna kind of stand by here and say, good luck tanking, dude. And Ray her Jim's longbow, and that'll be it.
Alrighty.
That's Marie's order plus her standard.
Right. Robert's way here in the back. Interestingly enough, he would take a -2 penalty, but he could shoot at the orcs. I love having a great bow with 20-40 or 25-50. The only problem is if he were to try to shoot through the barrier, his arrows would catch fire. So he's not going to do that. He is, however, going to just kind of ready himself for battle. He's going to draw a couple of arrows and such. Minos is actually going to take one step forward and then throw out total defense. Judai.
Let's see. Well, I'll go ahead and move for the here. So, yeah, that's good enough. And ready a thunder shock whenever one gets close enough.
Alrighty.
Yeah.
Orcs. Let's see. This group of orcs is just going to move forward. Orcs have. That's what I thought. 6. These couple orcs can kind of go after this way. 6. 5, 6. These guys are going to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 5 and 6. And then 6. Alright. Maxie.
Okay, I'm gonna move here. I'm gonna move Fuzzy here as a minor action, I guess. And then as a standard, I'll ready my magic missile.
Alrighty. Phoenix. I'm surprised you're actually that low in the initiative. Wow.
Yeah, I got it. What is that? 2. Oh well. As a minor action, I'm going to reach into my bag and I'm going to pull out a small hand-sized, like baseball-sized pyramid. I'm going to fly over to here, and then I'm going to throw the pyramid on the ground. The pyramid is going to explode into, well, I wouldn't like explode, detonate, but it's going to burst into a shower of caltrops. I suppose I'll use this color. This is a area 1 within 5, so there we go. And this is going to, if you want to look it up yourself, you can. It's called a 4-sided caltrop. It's a consumable minor action. Area burst 1 within 5. The burst creates a zone that lasts until the end of the encounter. When a creature enters the zone or starts its turn there, the creature is slowed, save ends.
Nice. Very nice. Anything else?
I just have to edit the thing. Let's see, it's a minor action, a move action to get there, a minor action to utilize it. No, that'll be it. But Phoenix is going to make a motion to fly back to where she was, so as to not let on to anybody who might be stupid that she's advancing the front line. She's just going here to throw something and she's going to make her way back.
Right.
And that'll be it. I resolve.
Alrighty. Efwin, he's going to continue to chant whatever spell it is that he's chanting. Marie.
Alright. Well, so Jim's gonna move over, sitting behind the tank, because tank too far away for her range, so she's just gonna ready her Jim's longbow again, which is pure magic, and just guess they're gonna stand tight.
Alrighty. Robert. Judai. Mia?
I'm hearing some static.
Sorry,
Yeah.
my mic was muted. Anyways, I am still just going to ready the action and turn.
Alrighty. Makes sense to me. Yeah, I kind of started the orcs a little far back. Oh well.
But yeah, sorry about that.
That's fine.
You shouldn't be. Wahaha.
I suppose I could just have these orcs double move. I really didn't even think about that.
Sad face.
Wahaha. It's Evil Fury.
Can I see any of them? Because one of them's likely gonna get hit by my magic missile.
Give me just a sec here.
Someone stole all my strawberries.
It's Evil Fury. Wahaha.
Let's see.
The
They
range
are
is
not
25.
in range of your magic missile yet. Your magic missile has a range of 20.
25 now.
It has a range of 25.
Yeah.
Then in that case, 25 would allow you to attack. I don't think you'd really be able to see Orc Raider 1 from there.
Possibly 4.
Because that would kind of be awkward.
Yeah.
The two here on the side that are the furthest forward, you probably couldn't attack. But it looks like you could attack any of these other 4. Whoops.
Oh.
Right here, these 4.
Yeah, I'll just aim for number 4. 7 damage.
Number 4. 7 damage. Alrighty.
And can I take an action to ready another one?
You can on your turn.
Okay. Yeah. Never mind. Yeah. Alright.
I'm gonna have these guys go ahead and double move. Because I can. Because I want them to get closer. Alright, that is a double move, so Maxi.
Okay. I'll just fire another missile at Orc Raider 1.
Alrighty.
And I'll move Fozzie further up. And I end my turn.
Phoenix.
Alright, dealing with the whole stone thing, igniting the fire, I don't want to do that. So, I will, I'll fly back here, and I will, minor action, take out my sling, and then standard action, I will ready an attack for any orc that manages to get, let's say within the blue square, or at least, you know, in that general area.
Alright.
So I've got a ready ranged attack, and that'll be it, a resolve.
Elena. Let's see. She's actually going to do something this time. Elfwin sitting here muttering his spell. Robert looks to Elena and says, I know you don't like to fight, but we may need your help too. Elena kind of reluctantly nods and she says, this is the only spell that I really know, but I can try. She launches off a magic missile at Orc Raider number 1.
Also, he's including him in his horse.
Wait, what?
That's including the horse. You can fight too. Come
Actually,
on.
the horse could fight.
Yeah,
It has its own set of moves and everything. If Minos gave the horse initiative, but nah, he doesn't want to. So yeah, Elfwin's still muttering his spell. You still have no idea what he has planned. Marie.
Alright, so... Not in range, well, kind of in range. Alright, so Jim's going to use her longbow and shoot at the raider. She'll take a -2 because of range, because it's not within 10. That is to number 1. It's a magic arrow, by the way. So, I'm guessing it will pierce through without burning up.
Yeah, more or less. Something like that.
Yeah, she's trying with her
along
own
similar
energy
lines.
type deal.
Right. Alright, so 9 damage to Orc Raider 1. And
Race
poor
is
Orc
gonna-
Raider 1 is getting his butt slaughtered here.
Oh, he's gonna get more slaughter once he goes to the fire. Anyway, yeah, Race is
Yeah.
gonna stand there and say, "Good job, Jim," and my turn.
Robert! Robert, now seeing enemies that are clearly in range. Except they're still behind the fire. He sighs. Robert, what can you do? Really, he can't do anything. Not unless he shot over the fire, but he can't do that from that far away. So, because of cave ceilings. Minos. Minos is going to pull out a small longbow. Well, I guess not that small. Fire, and it doesn't matter anyway because Minos isn't thinking. The arrow strikes the barrier and disintegrates, to which Minos grumbles. Judai.
Hold action, Anton. What?
Alrighty. Orc Raiders. Orc Raider 1 steps forward. And what you witness is actually pretty horrific, rather, to be honest. He steps into the flaming barrier, and his entire body bursts into flames. And in only a matter of seconds, he is completely incinerated. The other orcs stare in wonder and fright at that, and they don't make a move. Maxwell.
Okay. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12. Would they hear me if I did ghost sound from the top panel of the fire? Like,
Yeah, they should be able to. They should be able to hear the ghost sound.
okay. Let me see. Do I need to make a roll for that?
You
No.
shouldn't. It's more of a roleplay thing.
Alright, I will cast ghost sound from this top panel here. And I will say something along the lines, ha ha ha, fear the fire god, the fire lord, Fraser, you guys suck. And we are going to beat you and have sex with your women. And then I will go home and pet my kitties.
Yeah, that'll do it. Great job, Max.
That'll do it. Yeah.
I'm just trying to capitalize on what just happened.
Jim just turns around and stares.
Alrighty. Anything else there, Maxwell?
I will just move. Actually, can I ready a phantasmal assault on the blue square?
Yeah, you can ready an attack on the blue square.
Okay, I ready phantasmal assault for anything that gets in there.
Alrighty. Phoenix.
Alright. I'm going to look over my shoulder and ask Elfwin, if I were to step in that fire, could you make it so it doesn't hurt me?
Elfwin is unfortunately still chanting his spell and cannot actually respond to what you say.
Ask Elena about it?
Yeah, she's gonna turn to Elena and say, same question.
Elena shakes her head and says, I have no control over Master Elfwin's magic. I'm sure that he could do something if he wasn't already busy casting the spell that he's casting.
Oh, bloody hell. In that case, she's going to... let's see. Alright, she's going to... As a minor action, she's going to move over to here. She's then going to... is Intimidate a standard action or a minor action?
I have no idea. You'd have to look that one up in the compendium. I would honestly look it up myself if I wasn't recording, so...
It's a standard action.
Standard action?
Alright. That's fine. So yeah, minor action to move over there. Standard action, she's going to make an Intimidate check. She's going to say... Alright, she's going to yell out, toward the orcs, "Hey, losers! We got the old guy in here! Come on! What you got?"
Alrighty. The orcs growl and sneer. That's about the most that you can tell from their reaction.
Alright. In that case, move action, she's going to step back, fly back a bit. And that'll be it.
Alrighty. In that case, it is Elena's turn. Give me just 1 second here. Let's see. Elena is... Her entire turn is she's going to look to Elfwin and say, Master Elfwin, if you're going to do something, you should probably do it now. At that point, Elfwin takes his initiative as soon as I finish getting this rubber band into my hair. My rubber band fell out, so give me just a second on that. Alright. Elfwin takes his initiative. And when he does, a most glorious thing happens, sort of speak, rather. First, the fire barrier disappears completely. But then, Elfwin finishes his chanting, and he... Where did it go? Where did it go? Oh, there it is. No, that's not it. I'm so confused. There it is. He finishes his chanting, and in a huge eruption of flame, a massive fire creature appears where the barrier once stood. And this fire creature gets to make an attack. I'm just going to do one attack roll and make that count for everything, because that would just be ridiculous to roll all those. 17.
And he rolls a 2. Well done.
He rolls a 2. 17 still hits their AC, actually. In fact, as it stands, even a crit miss would technically still hit their AC. There would just be a crit miss. Of course, it wouldn't hit. So, we're gonna do this. Really? Great big massive attack. It did 19 damage. That was it. Wow.
It's 19 against, like, how many? 5? I don't know.
It's 19 against 16 orcs at this point.
Oh, against all of them? Mm.
Yeah, it's literally against every single orc that is in front of you.
Well, that's 19 like that we have to deal with.
And then I need to remove this guy's health, which that can't be right. No,
So he just
not
did
right.
that much damage in one turn.
I did that much damage in one turn. Yep.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So yes. Can I do this? Can I just do that? Yes, I can. 304 points of damage goes blasting out at all of the orcs from the massive fire creature that's standing there. And every single one of them goes extremely bloodied. Elfwin then smiles and says, "And that was a minor spell. Oh, by the way, it stays alive. Marie."
Yeah.
By the way,
Yep,
Judai
yep,
there's
yep.
in shock of all this.
She's gonna walk right there.
About 5 of them and everything.
She's gonna attack number... whatever that one is in front of her. 4.
Number 4. Hit.
Damn, Marie. Archie, you're doing better than Marie has ever done.
And dead. Overkilled by quite a lot. He only had 1 health after all.
Well, Jim just went, no. I do stuff. I finished stuff. Just so you're curious how the attack looks, she makes a bow appear, and using that little orb attack she did on the Cyclops, she makes an arrow out of it.
Alrighty.
And of course shoots it, and Chims, and then ends her turn.
Robert's going to make a move. And he's going to launch off a twin strike at 3 and 10. So that I can remember what his thing is. 3 and 10. Hit and hit. And... Gosh! Why? Really? I mean, he had a chance to wipe out 2 orcs in 1 shot, and no. Not in the slightest. Minos. He looks back at Phoenix and says, do those Caltrop things slow me if I were to walk through them?
Yep.
Minos grumbles.
You could try jumping. Somebody like that would probably have a pretty high athletics.
Not sure. Athletics is dexterity, is it?
Athletics is strength.
Athletics
Acrobatics
is
is dexterity.
Yeah, probably not then.
He doesn't have a high strength?
No, he's only gotten the... Oh wait, I'm looking at the wrong character sheet. What am I doing? Yeah, okay, he has 21 in strength. But he'll just take 4 steps and just stand there. And wait.
Alright.
Judai.
Eat it. Well... Okay, let's see. No... And Mary's going to just move for here and then ready in action.
Alrighty. What are you readying?
Then they're shot still.
Well, yeah, but what conditions?
When it gets into range. Well, yeah.
Okay, so Alright, anything else then?
Nope.
Orc Raiders! The orcs stare mystified at the massive beast of fire. The orcs
Oh,
then...
come on, you can take it.
the Orc Raider number 3 turns to the remaining... Orc Raider 3 turns to the other orcs, points his sword forward and shouts, "We can take it!" Charge. Charge.
You poor
Charge.
fools.
Charge. So those 4 are gonna charge. Let's see, can they even land a hit? I want to know. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, actually. 2 of them landed a hit. 1d10 plus 4. 1d10 plus 4. So 13, 4, 5, 6, 4, 5, 6, 8. So 18 damage. Alright. The other orcs are just kind of line up behind, basically, to try and essentially try to have the best shot at this. Like that. Maxwell.
Okay, I'm going to move up, and then I'm going to use Twilight Falls in the middle of all these orcs here. I don't know how to mark what place I am. You see that square?
No, you gotta hit the space bar so that points shows an arrow. There you go. That's square.
Okay, yeah, that's square.
What size burst is it?
It's burst 1
Burst 1. Alright.
within 12 squares.
So yeah, mark place down a green for you to show you what you're hitting. 2,
Okay.
18, 9, 3, 6, 12, 13.
Jesus. Okay. Green. Man, this is gonna take a while. Hold on.
Copy and paste, man.
Yeah.
You're shooting at 7 of them.
Yeah. 9. And then. 13. 12. Again. 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. Oh God.
Alrighty. Wow. I think it glitched on you.
Whoops. Yeah, that 122 is supposed to be 12, I believe. Oh God. Yes.
Yeah, it rolled like a million.
Yeah, I think, Alex, do me a favor. On your map tools, go to Edit and then Preferences. And then, when that box shows up on the chat section, which is the third, on the right-hand side, the second one down, you should see Insert Smileys.
Yeah.
Make sure that is unchecked. Yes.
Okay.
And then hit OK, and then back in the chat window, hit Up on your keyboard, and it should bring back what you typed.
There you go.
There you go.
That's fixed. Yeah, I don't know why the smiley thing.
Oh, and that
it.
is intelligence versus will.
Versus will.
Yeah.
Yeah. It looks like the only one you missed was 18. You rolled a crit on number 3.
Okay, and what did that mean?
Crits mean that you deal max damage, so what you need to do is you need to roll me 2 damage rolls. You need to roll a max damage one.
Okay.
Which would basically be typing in the dice roll and everything, but you don't put the D in it.
Yeah.
And then roll me a regular damage roll.
3. Okay. Alright, and then... So, which one did I miss?
You only need to roll me 2 damage rolls. That's all you need. You don't need to worry about which ones you hit or missed.
Oh, so they all take the same damage. Okay. Yeah.
Everything else takes the same 1 damage roll.
Okay.
So you only need to roll me a crit damage and a regular damage.
Okay. Alright.
Alrighty. So 11 and 7.
Yeah.
11 on number 3 is going to take it out, right?
Well, aren't they all pretty much dead? Except what I missed.
They're close to being dead. I mean, you still do have to hit their... like, if you don't knock their HP to 0 with that attack, then they're still going to be alive.
Oh, I thought they all had an HP of 1 now, after that.
No, they all have very low HP. The only reason the one guy had 1 was because of...
He must have taken some hits earlier from the magic missiles.
He took a couple of hits earlier than getting hit by the fire. And I have an Orc Raider 18 that I didn't write his health down, apparently.
Oh.
Oops.
Well.
Let this cool down for about...
Sorry, I only had a 17. I got a 6, a 12, and a 13. 6, 12, and 13. Nice thing is, though, is that aside from the ones that have been hit now, all of them do have the exact same health. So.
Oh, okay. And that zone has partial concealment.
It's partial concealment. So
For any enemy against basically meta, I guess.
Right. Okay. So they just take a -2 if they're in the zone, basically.
Yeah.
The burst creates a zone that lasts until the end of your next turn.
Yep.
When any enemy in the zone attacks a creature, the creature has partial concealment against the enemy.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
that's how it goes.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Anything else?
No. In my turn.
Phoenix.
Alright, the first thing I'm going to do on my turn is point out that the DM forgot an Orc Raider. Orc Raider 14 is down there, doing whatever. I don't know, maybe he's tying his shoe.
Oh, wow. He is way down there, isn't he?
Yeah.
I'm just going to pretend that he was with the rest of the group and moved up, because I've already factored his health and everything.
Aw, it would have been more funny if he actually got left behind.
Even if he had gotten left behind, Meta's attack there was massive. So
Yeah.
it would have hit him even that far away.
Alright, well, there's not much I can do from this distance, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to fly over to here, and then I'm going to have to use my range attack again. Let's say this would be against Orc Raider 9er.
Alrighty.
See if I got that typed right. Yes, I do. No fun bonuses, so yeah. Ah, crap.
Miss.
Yep. Oh well. Just gonna load up the thing with another rock. Get ready to try again. I resolve.
Lena. She's just gonna magic missile orc number 18 over here. Pew! It goes down. Elfwin! Oh, goody! Elfwin is going to just stand there and do nothing. Rather, more so, he's going to control Meta over here. Where is my miscellaneous folder? Here it is. And this is going to happen. $16, $14, $10, $2, $9, $6, $12, and $13. Alrighty. That's gonna, wow.
Number 10's dead.
Well, number 10 and 12 got crit. Number 16 somehow completely, well, okay, he's off in the corner. He just kind of like skirts around the edge of the massive blast of fire that's shooting forward. So yeah.
You stay here, Chen back. You missed one.
So that's gonna happen. That would also be just because I'm curious. 34 that is dealt to 10 and 12. 10, 12. And then Orc Raiders 14. 2. Where is he? There he is. 9. Basically everything that was in that burst basically just got blasted. 6. 13. The only one that remained from that was 16. So what you witness is he swings the massive sword that's in his hand, and in a blast of fire as he's swinging the sword, it takes out every last one of those orcs. Marie.
Well done. Jim's going to mention like you missed one. That didn't probably shoot at it.
Hit.
Got it for you.
6 is definitely dead. 6, 7, 8, 11, 5. 17, 15. Ah, screw it. Anything else?
No, I'm good.
Robert, what can you even see really at all? Really the only one he can truly see is 17, so he's just going to shoot it with an arrow. Yeah. That happens. And that one is... Okay. Minos is going to grumble about the fact that he hasn't gotten to do anything this battle. Judai.
Alright, let's see if I can actually do something this turn. Yeah, and...
The Pokemon joined us.
I can attack number 15. I don't know if she could see like 8, does 4.
Yeah. No, unfortunately it looks like the only one you'd be able to see because you'd be looking around that mountain.
It's 15.
I think you can stand in the same space as Chim, since Chim is technically a tiny. Not tiny, it's small.
Yeah.
Actually, I could stand
And the
in
fact-
normal space too, but I don't want to stand next to Minos. So,
There you
yeah, I
go.
could
Now you can see
stand here.
everything.
Yeah. Right. And Thundershock. The number 15.
Number 15.
Yeah, Jan's the size of a child now, instead of a midget.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Marie fits on Judai square, so.
Yeah. Well, it's technically a tiny creature. It's only
Right.
2 feet tall.
So.
Yep. The Thundershock. Just wait, it's gonna be in the Emus.
Versus Reflex. Oh, jeez. Nope.
Told ya.
Marie finally gets an attack. A bolt of lightning shoots forward. The orc just kind of stares as it just kind of grazes past him.
Action point. Might as well.
That's a hit.
Yeah, I got hit once.
And he goes down for 16 points of
Yay!
damage.
Rid of one. At least one. Yay! I am a turn.
Alrighty. Orc Raiders. These 4 Orc Raiders are going to stare at the onslaught that is coming after them. And they're going to turn to each other. And,
Run away! Run away!
Maxwell, what is your passive perception? Max?
Yeah, I'm looking. It's 12.
12? Alrighty.
Yeah.
You hear them muttering something about Orc King. They seem to be asking each other something. You're not quite sure what. On the other hand, after a moment, Orc Raider shouts out, "Best to die than feel the wrath of the Orc King."
Hmm.
Charge.
Damn.
Charge. 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 On the 20 plus 6 plus 1. Plus 1 for charging. I forgot about that last time. Yeah, no. All 4 of the orcs charge. They don't even come close. Meta brings his sword down, blocking every last attack. Maxwell.
You know what? I don't really there's some point to it, but I might as well magic missile on Raider 11.
Raider 11. That's
Yeah.
7.
Yeah.
All right.
And
Anything else?
I'll use Mage Hand on the Mareep, and I'll move it over to Telcrops if I can. Is it less than 20 pounds? Mia, is Mareep less than 20 pounds?
Sorry. Let's see. Wait. Sensing sensing .2.
Oh.
17.2. So yeah, it's under 20
Don't
pounds.
get in closer. You know how slow he is?
Well,
And I can do range attacks. No, my tackle is the worst attack I can ever do.
okay.
For Mary.
Alright. Alright. I will end my turn there.
Alrighty.
You want to know my attack roll for a tackle?
Well, I thought you wanted to get him over, so...
That's my...
Wow.
That's my attack for a tackle.
1d20
It's
plus
3.
3. Phoenix, your turn.
Yep. Alright, I am going to fly over to here,
Alrighty.
and then I'm going to use one of my favorite sounding moves, Eagle Claw Strike on Orc Raider 5.
Alrighty.
What's that?
I think that's a hit. Yes, that's a hit.
Alrighty then. $17 damage on Orc Raider 5.
That probably takes him down. Yes, it does.
Excellent. And then for my flurry of blows, this is going to be against Orc Raider 11, of course. However, I'm going to ball my fist instead of slashing at him. So this is going to be 6 damage
6 damage.
on Orc Raider 11.
Alrighty.
Excellent. Let's see, that was a move, that was a standard.
This would be gone by now. It'll last for 1 turn.
Yeah. As a minor action, I'm going to fly over to here. I resolve.
Alrighty. Elena, seeing the patheticness that is left of the orcs, won't do anything. Elfwin, on the other hand, he's going to step up 5. And let's see if he can do this. Yeah, he can do this. Instead of having Meta do anything, he's going to summon a ball of fire into his hand, and he's going to throw it at the orcs. Yep. Yep. Massive fireball. Boom!
I was supposed to go have Jim charge that round too. She can fly, I forgot about it.
Massive fireball goes flying through the air, smashes into the 2 remaining orcs, and explodes. Meta just kind of stands there, taking the heat. In fact, not only does it take the heat, but it absorbs the heat from the fireball, healing the damage that it took. Not that it matters though, because its usefulness ended. It vanishes. And I do believe that that is all of the orcs, so.
Alright, Jim
Check
carries.
the corpses.
Go.
So there were 18 orcs
18
in that.
total.
18 total. Each one of them had 20 gold upon them. 360 gold for every pony. Also, I don't know if you want to even bother with this, but 72 hand axes, 18 great axes, and 18 pieces of leather armor.
Okay, I'm going to get to that in a minute.
I need bag of holding.
Yeah, hold on. 360 divided by 4 is 90, so each of us will get 90 gold, unless we want to share it with Robert, Elena, or Elfwin.
Fuck the knights. Elena, maybe.
In that case, I'll assume it's a no. So,
Yeah.
90 gold to each of us.
There's Elfwin
enough
has
for another
no
piece more?
use for gold anyway, so.
Alright, so let me get this straight. 72 hand axes.
Yep,
18 pieces of leather armor.
yep.
And 18 whats?
Battle axes.
Alright, just putting it there so I can remember.
Yep.
Alright.
Elfwin sighs as he kind of smiles and goes, "Well, that was fun."
And minor action. Poof! Jim waves at Elfin. Now smaller.
Elfwin waves back at Jim.
I tell you guys what I heard the orc saying. Apparently there's an orc king that sent them all out here. and that might complicate things even more.
Elfwin strokes his beard for a moment, and then shrugs and says, "Nope, doesn't sound familiar."
Well, I guess it was obvious that someone was sending these orcs in to do this stuff. But,
Anyway.
yeah. So do we still want to go to the Minotaurs?
Gotta get Mark a second. He's doing math.
Yep.
Oh, how much XP did we get for that?
'Tis a good question. 'Tis a very good question. I'm going to go ahead and hand out 500 experience for that battle. After all, it was 18 orcs.
Now I just need 200. Well, everyone just needs 200 now.
Oh, you'll get it. That I can guarantee.
Man, we're already near level 3 and...
Armor.
Well, that's what happens when I give out 800 and 500 and...
Well, it is one of your campaigns. Usually you get a lot of experience points on your campaigns.
Yeah.
And mine, I go starve you guys most of the time.
Yep. But yes, everybody should have 2,050 experience so far.
Yeah, I go starve them most of the time. Oh, I think Wes has enough for a bag of holding. How long have I been doing this session? Like 5 months, and then this finally got enough to go for a bag of holding?
Yeah, I hope I get paid well so I can buy myself a bag of holding.
Marie has too much stuff to use about to worry about a bag of holding.
Alright. So, after collecting all the loot, Phoenix yells from outside, "I'm gonna need some help!"
Judai's going to come over.
How much help you need?
Let's see here. In total, from this battle alone, we've got 594 pounds worth of gear. If we collect all of it and sell it for market value, then we can have 237 gold to spread amongst ourselves.
I can hold up to Jim, who's not really holding anything, can hold 90 pounds.
Let's see. She's going to call out, "Hey, Minos, I need your horse."
That's a good idea, really.
That's a good idea, actually.
Hey, don't copy me!
No.
Minos'
Perfect, yep.
horse. Minos brings his horse out with him.
Alright, I'm just going to load it all up. Horses can carry 2,000 pounds or something crazy like that.
Something
Yeah,
like that.
and donkeys can carry even more.
You know what we need? We need a horse and we need a carriage.
Mm-hmm.
That's what we should buy at one point.
I'm actually going to look up a horse real quick.
If we didn't get a carriage to carry all of it in. No, it's on the compendium. Or in the, yeah, it's on the compendium. Get a horse or you can get a carriage. I think the cart is fairly cheap.
Riding horse, there we go. Okay, riding horse, normal load is 237 pounds. Wow. Well, that's funny because that's how much we're going to get if we sell it. Only that's gold, not weight. Alright, so 237 pounds for its normal. Really, that seems awful low.
Well, this is technically not a riding horse, it's a battle horse. That is
Yeah,
different.
it's some kind of level 5 Horse. Hang on. I still have Minos Horse's character sheet specifically. War Horse. It doesn't say on the War Horse sheet.
What is his strength?
21.
Oh,
21. The strength for the riding horse on the compendium is 19, so that's not much difference.
Not much difference.
You could probably say that, I don't know where it's getting the 237 out of 19 from. Maybe 250, thereabouts.
Somewhere about there.
But then it has to carry Minos. That's really weird. With all his armor, Minos should probably weigh more than 250 pounds. Crap.
Oh,
Yeah,
maybe it's
Phoenix-
factoring 250 pounds without the weight of the rider. I don't know.
Phoenix is going to make a big deal about not wanting all of this loot to go to waste. So, it's going to take a lot to carry. Potentially all of us to carry.
you know what? How about this? Oh man, you know Tensor's. I think I do Tensor's floating disc actually. I forgot about that. I have 2 rituals. I didn't pick one, so I have Tensor's floating disc. That was me forgetting that. I forgot I had those. So let me open up Tensor's floating disc. Right quick.
Tensor's floating disc. Tensor's floating disc is nice.
Okay, so I can guarantee 500 pounds of Tensor's floating disc.
Nice.
But you still have to roll it, right?
Yes, but I can guarantee 500 already.
That's good. That'll actually be plenty.
Okay, Jim assists me. Bam.
Wow.
I can hold over 1,000 pounds.
Yeah.
Nice.
Wow.
In that case, you can hold everything. In fact, Phoenix is going to take some of the battle axes out from the Minotaur fight and just going to dump them on the disc.
Tensor's floating disc.
Tensor's floating badass. I forgot I had some of these rituals. I forgot I was supposed to pick 2 rituals. And normally I pick Homer, Suker, and Tensor's floating disc. That's my 2 rituals.
Right.
But there. Let's see, they use this arcane. I think I have arcane. Alchemy is arcane. Yeah, it is. Okay. Let's see, how much did I use then? 500. No, 10. So I'll use 10 whole reagents. I'm pretty sure I restocked at town. I hope it did.
I would assume so.
So let's just say
I mean,
30.
everybody else did.
No, let's just make it easy on myself. I had. Let's take away 30. I had 16. Now I have 30 extra, so 20. I have. Okay, I'm good. I have 34 free agents on me.
Alrighty.
Since I didn't get a chance to. We'll play Run in Town up there. Because I was getting nothing done. Jim sits. Okay, go ahead. Yeah, I think they could hold everyone now.
Phoenix does some quick math, and yeah, guys, that's like 60 gold apiece. She points to Ree. You, keep that thing up. I like this thing.
Because, well, we have a day. Have to resummon it.
Alright guys, let's hurry up. I don't want to lug this stuff back.
Alrighty.
They could boost my speed too, so it moves 6. More correctly. Yeah, it boosts my speed. Alright. Okay.
I might end up tweaking my character and
Alright.
So, Tensor's floating badass has returned.
Alrighty. So, you guys are all now outside of the cave. Elfwine walks towards Minos' horse and kind of looks it over. And he nods and he says, this is a nice horse. And then he promptly hops onto Minos' horse.
Minos is happy about that, but
Minos immediately looks at him and scowls and says, get off of my horse. Hmm?
take care of your stuff here.
Yeah.
And he's like, nope, this is my horse now.
Elfwine,
Phoenix erupts into laughter and then she says, did you see what he just did? Do you want him to do that to you? Because I do.
Elfwine positions himself on the horse and looks down at Minos and he says, well, you don't expect an old man like me to be walking all the way to Asgard, do you? Come on, you've got young feet. You can do the walking.
Judai smiles at this. He's happy.
Phoenix
Robert,
hops onto the pile of loot on the floating disc and says, yeah, you can walk.
Robert just looks at Minos and goes, I don't think you want to argue with him, sir.
Oh no, argue. Come on.
Bam! Jumps onto this too. Let's go for a ride!
Minos gives a groan, but then resigns to the fact that his horse has now been stolen by this red mage. Come along, then. Suppose we still have to meet with that Minotaur King before we can get to Asgard.
I just remembered. Where are all those pikemen from earlier?
Minos thinks about that for a second, and then he kind of looks around and he goes, where are they?
They're all having a picnic.
Ray just turns to Robert. He's not a good commander, is he?
Robert shakes his head and says, he's good at commanding knights. Beyond that, he couldn't command a pig.
A pig?
A pig. He didn't command a pig.
Hey kid, you know where you can catch any pigs? 'Cause those are yummy.
Ray shakes her head. No. Not used to his land. But we did have poros.
Poros? What the hell are poros?
Small little fluffy things. Nice
Are
to
they
cuddle
tasty?
too.
Are they tasty? Oh.
I don't know, but they're good to cuddle with.
Eh. Well, that's so big.
Alrighty.
Poros.
It is 10:40. The Minotaur King encounter wouldn't take long. Do you want to do that, or do we want to save that for next week?
Well, that's a good stopping point.
Yeah,
Yeah.
this is
Yeah.
This is a good stopping point,
Staying
that's
tonight
why.
Anyway.
I asked.
Also, poro.
Yeah. I know what poros are, just Phoenix didn't.
I know. So Em knows what they are.
Yeah, Alex
Wow.
probably doesn't know.
Interesting.
Where are they from?
They're from League of Legends. I just stole them because they were cute. And they're all across my city, and everyone's like, "Where the hell are those things?" Poros. Skeleto made a pearl fort.
Yes, she did.
And she used the list too.
Alrighty. Well, if we're going to stop here, then we will go ahead and stop here. So next week, you guys will be meeting with the primitive Minotaurs again to attempt to meet with the Minotaur King. Also, you should be able to get yourselves back to Asgard. next week. So
Yay.
you may yet find out about this prophecy soon.
Are we going to have any rest in between here and Minotaur Town?
Any what?
In between here and Minotaur Town, are we going to have any rest?
We probably got a short rest.
Yeah, you guys would have gotten a short rest after that battle. It wouldn't be an extended rest. Extended rests are 8 hours.
Alright.
That took you guys only about 7 just to get here from Asgard, which would mean that another 7 would get you back to Asgard. You wouldn't get an extended rest even going back to Asgard. So, the most you'll get is a short rest.
Okay.
Alright, well, I guess we will call it here for tonight. Thank you everybody for playing. For those watching on YouTube, tune in next week for session number 4, where we should be finishing off what is essentially chapter 1 of the wow, I just lost my train of thought. Next week we should be finishing off chapter 1 here of Tears of Dawn. So, I guess that's all I have to say. I'll let everybody say their individual goodbyes to you on YouTube.
No, you hurt my tail.
59.25 gold, suckers.
Oh. See ya.
Alrighty. Well, we will see everybody next time. And as I always say, keep calm and pony on, everybody. Good night, everybody.
Yeah, good night.